To know yourself is to understand that you are mortal and to come to terms with it. What would you want your life to stand for? That's the ultimate goal of all ancient Greek philosophy. Ancient Greeks and Romans would wipe the floor with most contemporary thinkers. They were way ahead of their time. We have Seneca, Diogenes, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, and Socrates, and Zeno.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So what does philosophy mean? There's so many rabbit holes I want to dive into. How do you think about death? What about love, anger, suffering, and just even virtue? What did the Stoics teach about all that? Philosophers seem to be often born from an early injury.
I lost my father, and I turned to philosophy as a sort of substitute father figure. I think that's what Marcus Aurelius did. Marcus lost his father when he was young, and he struggled with his own anger. But he conquered his temper using Stoicism as a way of coping with it. If we can really deal with anger, it might be the royal roads, the self-improvement. Stop arguing about what it means to be a good man. Just be one.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Know Thyself podcast. Our guest today is one of the founding voices in the modern Stoicism movement, beautifully weaving ancient philosophy and modern psychology. He's written over 9 books, like How to Think Like a Roman Emperor on Marcus Aurelius' life, How to Think Like Socrates, and he's also spent decades as a cognitive behavioral psychotherapist. And today's conversation is going to be exploring at start and then quickly going deeper with the oldest maxim, which is the ethos of this show. Donald Robertson, thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you for inviting me. I'm really looking forward to it.
I thought we could start with the most obvious place too. Over 24 centuries ago, this maxim, know thyself, carved at the Temple of Delphi.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
It really is a great place to start. And we were chatting earlier. I said, if anybody is thinking about going to Greece, Delphi's I think it's a 2 or 3 hour drive from Athens. Definitely go. It's one of the most amazing archaeological locations in the world. It's like being in Lord of the Rings or something like that. The legend is that the god Apollo slayed a dragon there. And when I go there, I always feel like I kind of imagine that maybe he could have. It looks like someone could slay a dragon in this place. So it's a very magical place. And the ruins of the temple of Apollo are there. And famously, people from all over the Greek world used to go there. Outside the temple, it had several sayings engraved. There were 3 that were particularly famous. The most famous was Gnothise auton, or know thyself. And you could say, I think Plutarch it is, who says, who was actually a priest. He was a philosopher and a historian, but Plutarch was also a priest at Delphi. And he says the sayings at Delphi are very concise. Actually, we have a list of 147 sayings that come from Delphi, and almost all of them in Greek are 2 words. They're compressed into 2 words. And Plutarch says, although these sayings are very concise, books many volumes long have been written about their meaning. So they're kind of like seeds. They're the seeds of philosophy, in a sense. Definitely know thyself seems to have inspired the whole Socratic tradition. It's a theme that runs throughout classical philosophy. What does it mean? Philosophers put different interpretations on it. Socrates in the writings of Xenophon. So we have dialogues about Socrates from Plato, most famously, but we also have dialogues that were written by one of his other students, a Greek general called Xenophon. And Xenophon says that Socrates believed that know thyself meant understand your strengths and weaknesses. Like he compares it to appraising a horse and checking out whether it's fit, looking at its teeth and stuff like that. We should understand who we are, what we're capable of, if we're going to know ourselves. But Seneca and Plutarch, if I remember rightly, put another interpretation on it, which is kind of intriguing. They say that because you're entering the Temple of Apollo, when you see these words, to know yourself is to know how you stand in relation to the gods. You're about to enter the presence of the god Apollo. So it's to understand that you are mortal. And so they compare know thyself to a memento mori, It's to understand your own mortality and to come to terms with it.
So that was over 24 centuries ago. What is your conception of how they would have arrived at that as an important maxim to carve it at the, forefront of the temple?
Well, we have different stories about that. We're told that the sayings outside the temple, they're attributed to the 7 sages of Greece, who were these famous figures, statesmen and poets, who kind of preceded early philosophy in a sense, or very early. But we're into the kind of legends somewhat now. So the attributions might just be kind of legendary, yeah? Some of the things that Greek philosophy is derived from are lost a bit in the mists of time. So we're right at the threshold here of philosophy blending into legend, basically. The other sayings, some scholars believe they may even originally have gone together and formed a short poem. So the first is Know Thyself. The second most famous is Maiden Agan, which means nothing in excess, nothing too much, or like all things in moderation, basically. The connection may be that to know yourself would mean to know your limitations, and to refrain from excess, to exercise temperance or moderation, would require understanding what's too much for you as an individual. So you'd need self-knowledge in order to exercise temperance, in a sense. And the third saying, no one ever talks about. Like, it's the one that everyone kind of forgot about, partly because it's a little bit tricky to translate from ancient Greek. It means something like certainty or over-certainty brings ruin. And that can be linked with this idea of moderation and self-knowledge as well. Ancient philosophers linked it to the Greek philosophy known as skepticism. So Greek skepticism is about suspending judgment. The idea was that a lot of problems come from being overly confident in our beliefs, being rigid in our thinking, basically. So know thyself, avoid excess, and refrain from overconfident thinking.
Sounds like we could all use a bit more of that understanding.
That's like a whole philosophy, right? Yeah. Just to like in a couple of little... So you can see what he meant when he said books many volumes long have been written elaborating on it. You can build a philosophy from these little seeds.
I mean, we'll be spending the rest of this podcast exploring them, I'm sure.
Yeah.
What does philosophy mean?
Well, literally, it means love of wisdom. And actually, I'm glad you asked that question, because sometimes I believe that some of the most important mysteries are mysteries in broad daylight. Often we don't see the wood for the trees. And it's quite significant. Ancient philosophers thought the word philosophy was quite significant. They took it, in a sense, more literally than we do today. The Stoics in particular, and Socrates, certainly seem to have thought that it's important to love wisdom and cherish it and prize it. Socrates famously said the unexamined life is not worth living. And that suggests that he thought our whole life should be dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom. So loving wisdom isn't just a kind of abstract or academic concept. It's a way of life in the ancient world.
Yeah, not a mere means to acquire greater possessions, but become enriched internally in a way that that the other can never compare.
It's a value system, you could say. It defines a value system that was characteristic of ancient philosophers.
Is it true that it's rumored that Socrates was roaming the markets at Athens saying, who knew there were so many things in this world in which I did not need?
We have all these anecdotes about Socrates, so we've kind of got a lot of different sources. It's mainly many dialogues from Plato, quite a lot from Xenophon, and then we have what's sometimes called the anecdotal tradition, which are all these little fragments in various other authors. And one of them says that he walks around the agora. He used to hang out there a lot of the time. I think it's Xenophon that tells us Socrates' daily routine. If I remember rightly, it was something like in the morning he would hang around in the gymnasia. These are big recreational fields where Athenians would exercise. But weirdly, they also had libraries and shrines, and they also used to walk around and do philosophy there as well. So they did sports and philosophy in the same places. And then I think around the midday, he would hang around in the Agora, which would be like hanging out in a shopping mall or something. And then in the evening, he would go to his friends' houses and have dinner and stuff like that and carry on discussing philosophy. So I think of him a little bit like, he reminds me weirdly of Jimi Hendrix, right? So Jimi Hendrix used to go to the toilet with his guitar strapped on. He would go to bed at night and put his guitar in his bed. You know, he would fry eggs in the morning with his guitar strapped on. Psychologists call it time on task. Like, he was just constantly like playing around with his guitar. Socrates, we're told, did philosophy all day long. Like, he basically just went around constantly discussing the nature of wisdom. And I think that comes through in Plato. Plato's dialogues are believed to be semi-fictional. Like, Plato's describing conversations that Socrates had before Plato was born in some cases. So, you know, we have to assume there must be semi-fictionalized. But he certainly portrays somebody who comes across as if he's talked about these ideas endlessly, and he's really familiar with the logic of his arguments. There's a kind of richness and quality to his thinking that I think it's hard to fake. It comes across as well-worn and genuine.
I think it's so easy in the modern day where we have access to so much wisdom and information to have it be aphorisms and maxims that we memorize instead of sit with and integrate and actually infuse and change the way we act and view the world.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So wherever you find Socrates, you'll find these other dudes called Sophists. They kind of go hand in hand. And Socrates, in a sense, is defined by his reaction to the Sophists. Now, Sophos means wise man, basically. It comes from the Greek word sophia, that means wisdom. So there was a point in history, like where the generation before Socrates, someone for the first time, a guy called Protagoras, people would say, "Hey, Protagoras, what do you do for a living, buddy?" And Protagoras was the first person allegedly to say, "I'm a professional wise man." Like, that's what I do. It's my job description, basically. And Plato's dialogue of the same name, the Protagoras, he basically talks about this fact. He was the first person to do that. And Socrates thought there was something, well, like certainty brings ruin. There was something conceited about that. He thought it was highly problematic. I think Socrates thought that if you go around claiming to be wise, it forces you to become kind of defensive about your beliefs. You can never really allow yourself to be proven wrong by your students. So it forces you to be kind of closed-minded and a bit defensive about your thinking. He didn't think it was a very healthy attitude. It wasn't conducive to learning. So Socrates fundamentally opposed what he was doing to the Sophists. The Sophists earned huge amounts of money, and they became like rock stars, celebrities, by traveling the world, teaching their wisdom. They gave long, elaborate speeches, and they taught sayings or maxims that people would memorize and repeat verbatim. People would memorize their speeches and repeat them verbatim. It's a little bit, in some ways, like having someone else do your thinking for you. Like, if I pay a lot of money and I listen to this dude and I just repeat what he says, then maybe I could be as wise as he is. It reminds me in some ways of some of the concerns that people have about AI, delegating their thinking to someone else. Yeah. So Sophists had these students that just parroted what they were saying. And Socrates thought there was something fundamentally wrong about this. He was also notoriously suspicious about books. He thought it discouraged people from thinking for themselves. And so people sometimes are frustrated by the Socratic dialogues because in many cases they end in what scholars call apareia, which means a sort of bewilderment or confusion. It's the opposite of the Sophists. The Sophists would tell you what to think. Like, Socrates leaves you with more questions often. But in the process of getting there, the journey of questioning the meaning of wisdom, the meaning of courage, at the end you might not have a clear conclusion that you can sum up in a sentence, but somehow you've got a deeper understanding of the concept, of the exceptions to your existing definitions. I'll give you a quick example, actually. Socrates is speaking to some Athenian generals in a dialogue called the Lowercase, and he turns the conversation around to the concept of courage and asks them how they would define the nature of courage. And one of the generals, I think it's Nicias, says that courage is standing your ground in the face of the enemy. Now, that's a very cliched Athenian definition of courage, but the ancient Greeks were known for their phalanx formation. And the crucial thing was to remain rigidly in formation, because if you broke formation, it would endanger the other guys that were fighting alongside you. So training people and drumming it into them that they were to remain in formation and stand their ground in the face of the enemy was fundamental to military discipline. And that was how Nicias thought courage should be defined. And Socrates said, well, that's a good definition. But what if you're in the cavalry and you charge into the enemy rather than standing your ground? Isn't that equally courage? And he said, what if you have to fight a tactical retreat? He said also the Spartans charge into the enemy like cavalry do, but nobody would say that they lack courage. And the Athenian generals, Laches and Nicias, are going, okay, those are kind of exceptions, Socrates. And Socrates said, but this definition also only fits courage in wartime. What about courage in peace? Can't people be courageous in peacetime as well? So they don't really arrive at the end of this long dialogue at a clear alternative definition of courage. But by pointing out these exceptions to the definition that they started with, which in a way was a form of intellectual conceit, they thought they knew what courage was. Socrates shows them that they've got a partial understanding. The definition is not completely wrong, but it's kind of incomplete. So by the end of it, I would say that they don't have a clear definition anymore. In a sense, they know less than they knew at the beginning of the dialogue, but if you'll forgive me for putting it this way, they know less but understand more. I think that's what we get from those dialogues.
That seems to be the product of sincere reasoning, right? And I love that you mentioned just the correlation to AI in this day and age, because we can have access to conclusions which we didn't really have any business in reasoning to, and don't have the proper process to get there that would have actually supported our understanding of it. And so we can regurgitate things without actually knowing or understanding them. I just want to quickly go back to the Socratic saying, or when Socrates said, who knew there were so many things in this world in which I do not need? When we look at detachment,
yes,
it begs into question this, is renunciation truly letting go of things, or is it a reevaluation of what is actually meaningful and what is actually valuable in one's life? And when we are having this conversation today and exploring some of the greatest wisdom from these Stoic philosophers and applying it through the modern understanding today, I just want to get your perspective on that reorientation towards what is actually valuable, because there is a societal conditioning that value is to be gotten from the outside, and the Stoic understanding kind of flips it on its head. So I'd love for you to speak to that.
Yeah. The Stoics literally call it epistrophe, which is a cool word. It's a Greek word that means like a religious conversion, but its literal meaning is doing a U-turn, turning around. So the Stoics thought what their philosophy demanded was a radical U-turn in our values, basically, because they thought there was something about human nature that leads us generation after generation in perhaps every society in the world to overvalue the outcome of our actions, particularly wealth, property, and reputation and status. Or today, like, how much money you've got in the bank and how many followers you've got on Facebook or something like that, perhaps. Well, the best way to explain this, I think, is actually to talk a little bit about another Plato's dialogues, funnily enough. We're talking about the Stoics, but in the surviving Stoic texts, we almost get the conclusion of these arguments. Like the Stoics often are taking arguments for granted that they've inherited from Socrates and from other earlier philosophers. So Socrates does all the kind of leg work. Socrates walks so the Stoics can run, kind of thing. They're standing on his shoulders. In the Euthydemus, one of Plato's dialogues, Socrates is talking to a couple of young guys, like he does, and he says, could you define good fortune? He likes getting people to define things, right? And, Socrates often starts off by asking questions that people think are naive and simple. But then halfway through the conversation, it starts to get much trickier. And he begins asking more paradoxical, more difficult questions. So he says, well, how would you define good fortune? And typically they respond by saying, well, that's a silly question, Socrates. Everybody knows how you would define good fortune. It means having loads of money and a big house and a lot of status and a beautiful wife and all that kind of stuff. It's easy to define what good fortune looks like. That's what life is all about. And, maybe having a good character, like nobility and wisdom and courage and stuff like that are part of it. And Socrates says, well, that's really interesting. I think you're onto something there. But hang on a minute, just one more thing. He's a little bit like Columbo. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember Columbo, maybe before your time, but he was a detective and he'd be walking away and he'd turn around and go, just one more thing. And then he'd ask a question that would kind of be really penetrating. So Socrates is a little bit like that. He says, just one thing. Let's take the example of wealth. Now, philosophers actually thought wealth was often the easiest example to pick on in this regard. And you say, suppose we got a big pile of money, big pile of gold, and we give it to somebody who's wise and virtuous. What would probably happen? And they said, well, I guess they could use that money to do a lot of wise and virtuous stuff. And that'd be pretty cool. And Socrates is like, yeah, I can see that's what you're thinking of, right? What if we took that pile of money and gave it to somebody who was foolish and vicious, though? Now, perhaps then they would use that money to do more foolish and vicious stuff, and then it wouldn't be so good. And Socrates says, is it possible then that maybe money in itself is neither good nor bad, but what matters is the use that you make of it, and whether you use it wisely or whether you use it foolishly, whether you use it virtuously or whether you use it viciously. In itself, it's just a kind of practical advantage. And in a sense, actually, maybe it allows you to have more control over your environment. But that could be good or bad, depending on your character and the amount of wisdom that you have. And then he says, spoiler alert, or he doesn't really say that, but he kind of implicitly says that. He says this applies to all of the other things that you listed as well, all these external goods like status and reputation and stuff like that. Whether they're good or bad would ultimately depend on the use that you make of them. And so he says, doesn't this ultimately mean that all of these things are merely advantageous? And the deciding factor, perhaps the only truly fundamentally or ultimately good thing, would be a particular type of wisdom. That's why philosophy is called the love of wisdom, right? It's clues in the name, kids, right? It's right there in front of us. It's a mystery in broad daylight. So this is where the Stoics get this idea from, ultimately, this argument that wisdom and virtue are what determine the value of other external goods. But society, for some reason, and human nature dupe us into thinking that external goods are more important than our own character. So the epistrophe, the U-turn that we have to do, is not to abandon completely or negate the value of wealth and reputation, but to see those things as merely advantageous, or as the Stoics put it, preferable, but of fundamentally secondary importance to our own character.
That U-turn that you referred to gives me this visual of examining the place one sees from.
Mm-hmm.
It's like looking through the lens in which you looking at through the lens.
Yeah.
And I know I've heard you speak to some dialogues of examining that. And when you talk about know thyself and you talk about the love of wisdom, okay, then if it's not just these external, acquisitions of wealth and power that are ultimately the good thing that we should be trying to go after, but rather the wisdom that uses and discerns how to use them, then what is the turn there? Could you speak a little bit more about the look inwards then?
I thought you were getting pretty close to mentioning one of my favourite metaphors.
I wanted you to say it.
You want me to say it? It's from the first Alcibiades. It's one of Plato's dialogues. And Socrates is talking to Alcibiades, who's a whole can of worms in himself. He's a very interesting character. His friend, and possibly kind of lover as well. So Socrates says to Alcibiades that know thyself, or self-knowledge or wisdom, consists in, he says it would be like if the gods said to you, see yourself, how would you do that? He says to Alcibiades. And Alcibiades says, well, I guess you'd look in a mirror or something like that, and then you'd be able to see yourself. And Socrates says, when the god Apollo says, know thyself, is it possible that he means the mind should be like an eye that sees itself? And he only implies this. He doesn't directly state this, but he very much, I think, implies that what would be the best mirror for the human soul would be where Socrates is constantly looking, not in a physical mirror, but the mirror that Socrates is looking in all day long, every day, is dialogue. He treats dialogue with other human beings as the best mirror for the human soul. And, that's partly, it's through dialogue that he examines his life. The unexamined life is not worth living. What does that look like? What did he do all day long? He went around talking to people, questioning their assumptions and encouraging them to question his assumptions. And he thought through this process, dialectic, that was how he's gaining a profound sense of self-awareness. So there's a kind of interesting overlap between what Socrates is talking about and what the Stoics are talking about and what we call mindfulness today. But there's also a sense in which it also requires self-analysis and self-questioning on top of simple self-observation.
Goes back to the unexamined life is not worth living, right? And of course, we examine the many different themes without trying to slip into a solipsistic sort of way of living life, examining the self. So in the service of what, right? In the service of being somebody who is living in alignment with values that you actually have deemed worthy, that are contributing to a larger whole more effectively, et cetera, et cetera. When you think about value clarification, what are some immediate questions we can ask ourselves? Because I think a lot of us don't really understand or have really even just examined and asked ourselves, what do I fundamentally value?
Well, the funny thing is the Socratic dialogues are all about that. It's amazing how much I think people drink from a fire hose of self-improvement content today. When I was a wee boy in Scotland, I'd go to the bookshop and there'd be like 2 or 3 self-help books kicking around. And now people consume self-improvement content all day long. But not that much of it necessarily consists on really deep reflection on our core values, which is what the Stoics and what Socrates thought was really the main thing that we should be doing. Seneca says, no wind is favourable unless you know to which port you're sailing. So we need that North Star. We need our fundamental goal, our sense of purpose. Otherwise, what does self-help or self-improvement even mean? Helping ourselves to do what? I don't know. So we have to figure out where it is that we're trying to get in order to figure out which types of self-help would be helpful for us. So what are the questions that we can ask? The one question that I think is quite useful is what are the qualities that we admire most in other people in terms of their character? So sometimes it's useful sometimes I'll get clients to draw 2 columns and put desire and admire at the top of them. And then I'll have them list the things that they actually spend their time doing and the things that they dedicate their life to pursuing and practice. What did you do all day yesterday and the day before? Are these the things that you desire and pursue? And then what are the qualities that you admire in other people? If you really reflect on that. People you know, but it could also be fictional characters. It could be historical figures, characters in movies that you admire. And then what would happen if you took the qualities that you most admire in other people and spent more time each day dedicating yourself to the cultivation of those qualities? Well, now let's talk a little bit more about psychology. So this is central to really all ancient virtue ethics. It's almost, the ancient schools of philosophy all kind of argued with each other and disagreed with each other about a lot of things. But the funny thing is, they pretty much all agreed about the basic goal of life involving cultivating virtue, far more than we do today. We sort of lost sight of that consensus over the centuries somehow. And yet, we've rediscovered it in some ways in clinical practice, in psychotherapy. So one of the leading evidence-based forms of treatment for clinical depression is a thing called behavioral activation. And behavioral activation is a kind of pared down version of CBT. It focuses on getting people to clarify their values and then schedule daily activities that are more consistent with them. And we know that works. Like, we know that when people who are depressed do that, it generally helps alleviate the symptoms of depression, and it gives them more of a sense of meaning and purpose. That entire that's pretty much all there is to that therapy. It's deliberately meant to be quite minimalist, like quite simple, simpler than most other forms of CBT. And the core of it is really like clearly very similar to the whole concept of ancient virtue ethics. So we've now got scientific evidence, if you like, that shows that this kind of approach has tangible benefits for people. And by the way, not just for depression, similar approaches have been found helpful for people who have generalized anxiety disorder and other psychological problems. We know that people who suffer from depression and generalized anxiety tend to put a disproportionate amount of emphasis on external goals. The other thing about that is that if you want wealth and reputation, those goals are future-oriented. So the more important you think they are, the more you'll allocate your attention to them, the more you'll become preoccupied with the future. Where is the future? Well, I'll tell you where it isn't. Like, it's not here and now, right? It's not in the present. So it hijacks your attention, like, and sucks all of your attention, sucks all of the life, all of the joy out of the here and now, and it becomes captivated in anticipation of a hypothetical future. It's kind of soul-destroying in a way. But where is virtue located? Like, virtue happens the moment you make a commitment to begin acting in accord with your values. Virtue exists in the here and now from moment to moment. So modern psychotherapists tend to think of this, they call it by different names, but values clarification, this kind of virtues ethic type approach, as being very complementary to and reinforcing of mindfulness practice. If you want to pay attention and become more aware of your own thinking and your own behavior, it makes sense to place more value on your own character. Because valuing things outside yourself and in the future is just going to drag your attention repeatedly away from that.
Well said. Are there another question or two you like to ask to be able to help kind of pin the tail on the donkey?
There's a bunch of things you can ask, but the other one would be, you remember Stephen Covey, what is it, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People? I always liked that book, right? I thought it was one of the best self-help. There's a lot of stuff in it, actually, that's very similar to Stoicism. And Covey has this idea of an exercise, I think he calls it the Eulogy exercise. Yeah. You find similar things in existential therapy where he'd say, imagine your own funeral, right? And what you'd want people to say about you once you passed away in a eulogy. Basically, what would you want your life to stand for? This is similar to the Stoic idea of contemplating your own mortality. So the idea is that when you're lying on your deathbed, on your final gasp, nobody sits there and thinks, I wish I had more followers on Facebook at that point. Or, I wish I'd spent more time earning more money over the years or something.
One more TikTok scroll.
Yeah, it's like you can't take it with you. So those things kind of seem more trivial in retrospect when you think about you're looking back from the end of your life. So that can really put things in perspective more. And it tends to encourage us to think maybe the journey was more important than the outcome. And maybe I should have paid more attention to the way that I was living my life rather than the outcomes that I was trying to achieve. And another thing I like to ask, honestly, people sometimes ask me what they should do with their kids. How could I teach my kids Stoicism and stuff like that? I think a good question to ask children is, how would you define wisdom? And usually they just look at you like, what are you talking about, Dad? But if you're watching a movie or something, you could say, you know what wisdom is? Are some of these characters wiser than others? Like, do some of them do quite unwise things? Like, what's the difference? How can you tell, like, the wise from the unwise characters in this story or in this movie? And so just, no one ever poses that question, right? But in a sense, that's one of the core questions. That is what know thyself means, in a sense. Like, one of the core questions in ancient philosophy is just keeping coming back to what does wisdom look like? To love wisdom, what is it? What does it look like? And just literally asking that question can be quite helpful.
A quick share. If you've been feeling sluggish, you might not need more sleep or caffeine. You could just be dehydrated. And hydration is not just about drinking enough water, it's about having the right electrolyte ratio to help your body properly absorb that fluid. Element happens to contain a science-backed ratio of sodium, potassium, and magnesium, which helps regulate your appetite, curb your cravings, and improve your brain function. There's no sugar or artificial colors. I also love their 12-ounce cans, which are sparkling. They're an easier way to actually get more hydrated throughout the day, as electrolytes are essential for nearly every biological function in your body. If you want to try them out, you can get a free 8-count sample pack of Element's most popular flavors with any purchase. And for if any reason it's just not your vibe, they will give you a full refund, no questions asked. You don't even have to send it back. That's how confident they are that you will like it. drinklmnt.com/knowthyself. Links down in the description as always. I hope you enjoy. Stay hydrated. Yeah, what is a life well lived, And I think upon examining the inherently impermanent, transient, ephemeral nature of all circumstances that arise and pass away in life, and the things that we acquire that at some point are not by their nature going to fall away, it kind of keeps on going to, okay, then what is the most essential, valuable thing? Cultivation of oneself, these things that may or may not go with you after you pass whatever happens after that point, but will certainly lead to a fulfilled life. When you think of eudaimonia and the problem or question that Stoicism is essentially aiming to be an answer for, could you set the stage for that and what that really is?
Eudaimonia is traditionally translated as happiness, but that's not a very good translation, right? And it's partly because the word happiness has changed its meaning. Like many words change their meaning over the centuries. I don't know, like some of your viewers might be familiar with the word hapless. It's not used that often, but we talk about someone being a hapless individual, meaning that they're kind of unfortunate or their life is kind of wretched. Hapless is the antonym, the opposite of happy. So happy used to mean flourishing or fortunate, and someone was hapless if they were doing badly and they were in an unfortunate situation in life. But somehow over the centuries, happy degenerated in its meaning. It lost its meaning, and it came to just mean a kind of warm glow, like a positive feeling or something like that, rather than actually doing well and like objectively flourishing in life. So eudaimonia means happiness in the original sense, in the sense of not being hapless, in the sense of being fulfilled, basically, of living well, of doing the best that you can in life, being the best version of yourself, the best human being that you could potentially be. And that's the ultimate goal of all ancient Greek philosophy, essentially. They all agree on that. Scholars will sometimes say pretty much all ancient philosophers in the West agree that the goal of life is this thing called eudaimonia, but they disagree about how it should be defined. So, for example, Aristotle thought it was they all think virtue is part of it. Again, they all agree on that. Aristotle thought virtue was central to it, but he also thought you need a certain amount of wealth and status and stuff like that as well. The Stoics went slightly further and they said, no, we think wealth and reputation are actually irrelevant to eudaimonia. And the core of it is really only virtue. Or as Cicero says, the Stoics believe that virtue is the only true good, ultimately. It raises some interesting questions. For example, ancient philosophers would sometimes say, Socrates was relatively poor. He kind of goes on about that quite a lot, although he wasn't that badly off, but he was relatively poor for someone of the hoplite class, a sort of middle-class Athenian. And he had a lot of enemies. They made him drink hemlock in the end, so he wasn't that popular with the people that voted for his execution. So subsequent generations of philosophers could say, would Socrates' life have been improved if we gave him more money and he was more popular? And that's a curious question, because the Stoic argument would be no, that in a sense what made Socrates Socrates was that he faced hardship and opposition, and that allowed him to really exhibit his strength of character.
Yeah.
Epictetus says that the other Stoic role model is the god Hercules, funnily enough. He's like a big icon to the Cynic philosophers and the Stoics. Epictetus said, look, if Hercules hadn't undertaken the 12 labors, so Hercules had like a really hard life, according to legend. If Hercules hadn't been forced to complete, by the goddess Hera, been forced to complete the 12 labors, these really difficult tasks. The last one is he has to literally go down to Hades, and capture Cerberus, I think, and bring him back or something like that. If he hadn't been forced to do all this really difficult stuff, if he'd just chosen to stay at home and snuggle comfortably under a blanket, Epictetus says he wouldn't even have been Hercules. He wouldn't have been worthy of the name Hercules unless he endured some hardship and he overcame it, and exhibited virtue. It's a paradox in ancient philosophy that if life is too easy, then we potentially don't have the opportunity to develop courage, temperance, and strength of character. So a certain amount of hardship, the Stoics think, actually potentially works in our favor. We can gain something. I'll tell you another anecdote that helps to flesh that out. Epictetus was a pretty admirable guy. Most people today who are into Stoicism think, well, Epictetus is the man. So it's kind of humbling in a sense to think Epictetus had heroes. There were guys that he was quite open about saying he looked up to certain individuals, and he names them. So one of them is the unfortunately named Paconius Agrippinus, who was a Roman statesman. And Agrippinus was the guy who was having lunch one day, and I think it was either Nero or Domitian sent soldiers to him to tell him he'd been condemned to exile. And Agrippinus packed up the food he was eating, and he said, well, we have to go to Brundisium, to the port. We've got to go through the Italian countryside. He said, there's a lovely spot on the way where we could stop off for a picnic. So he found something positive, even in being sent into exile. Epictetus says that Agrippinus used to write letters to himself. He literally sat down and wrote letters to himself. Here we have a clear description of an actual self-improvement technique. The guy sat down, wrote letters that he describes as eulogia, eulogies, in praise of exile, poverty, sickness. He doesn't tell us exactly what they look like, but we can pretty much guess that he was a Stoic, we know. So for him to write in praise of sickness and poverty, he almost certainly wrote letters to himself saying, listen, if I cope well with this, then potentially I gain something by developing emotional resilience, temperance, wisdom. It strengthens my character. I can turn it into an exercise, potentially.
It makes me be suspicious of the things I think I want in life, and the things that we think we want in life and the road to get there.
Yeah.
Because it's like, if comfort in that case does corrupt us to some degree, then perhaps we actually need, and it would be wise to invite challenge into our life.
We do that in many ways, for fitness and stuff. We go to the gym and stuff like that. Yeah. And people sometimes will go camping in the wilderness or whatever and do things that are quite physically demanding. So definitely, I think an interesting thing is when you look forward in life and you anticipate hardship, we're much more prone to catastrophize it. You think, well, if my relationship ended or my business went bust or I failed an exam, that would be awful. It seems looking forward. But it's interesting to notice how different it often is. Not always, but in many cases, it seems very different in retrospect. So you look back and you think, well, most people have been in multiple relationships over the course of your life. You look back and think, well, when I broke up with my girlfriend, let's say when I was a teenager, it seemed catastrophic at the time. Now, in retrospect, it really doesn't seem like that catastrophic, because I had other relationships since. You look back and you think, I had a business and it really ran into problems, maybe even went bust or something. Was it the end of the world? I guess not. I'm still here. So usually when you look back, it's easier for you to see things in context, to see that you moved on eventually and did other things. And also you can look back and think, maybe I gained some things from that. Maybe I learned something. Maybe it motivated me in certain ways. So it's interesting simply to think about that and notice how different catastrophes appear in the rearview mirror and how that's very different from the way that they seem to us when we're looking ahead at them.
I would love to actually set the stage a little bit by getting a 30,000-foot bird's eye view of the timeline of some of the most prolific Stoic thinkers, with the understanding that there's probably many that don't have the fame and notoriety of certain folks for various reasons that were nonetheless very impactful. Take us back in as much as you can with the date of the timelines.
Plotted history of Stoicism. Well, Socrates was executed in 399 BCE. They made him drink hemlock. There were other philosophers before Socrates. Do you know what we call them? The pre-Socratics. So I like to tell people that because it just highlights how important, how cool is that? That's like saying the pre-Jimi Hendrix era, or something, So there's Pythagoras. There are a handful of pre-Socratic philosophers that are really interesting. Pythagoras was one that influenced the Stoics. Heraclitus was another one that really influenced the Stoics. He's an interesting guy because he's had this doctrine called Pantarei. Everything flows. He said you can't step into the same river twice. Very similar to the Buddhist doctrine of, what's it called, Anicca, the doctrine of impermanence.
Because it's not the same river, not the same man.
Yeah, so it's a lot of people might, while we're on the subject, Pythagoras taught reincarnation. He had a doctrine the Greeks called metempsychosis. So just kind of mention in passing, these ideas existed in the West, in Greece. And they were very familiar to the Stoics and to Plato and to Socrates. And we don't know if there was any connection. There are rumors and legends and stories about communication between the East and the West at that point. There's even an obscure ancient anecdote about Socrates that says that he spoke to an Indian merchant, which is pretty unusual at that time, but it's not completely impossible, right? So we have Socrates, and he dies. 100 years later, there's a guy called Zeno, who's not Greek. He's a Phoenician from Cyprus. And the Phoenicians were famous for being a seafaring people. They traded this purple dye that was incredibly precious and expensive. It was extracted from sea snails laboriously. And his ship sank, and this dye that took ages to extract from something that came out of the sea dissolved back into the sea that it came from. He lost his whole fortune. He was shipwrecked at Athens, and Zeno supposedly said the most profitable journey that he ever made was the one where he lost his entire fortune and was bankrupted, according to legend, because that forced him to reconsider his whole life and his values. And he became a philosopher at that point. So this is 100 years after Socrates died. By this time, Socratic philosophy had become quite entrenched in Athens, and Zeno went around and studied Platonic philosophy. He became a Cynic philosopher. He trained in the various the Megarian school of philosophies that aren't even that well known today. So he absorbed all these different perspectives on philosophy that were flourishing in Athens at the time. And then eventually he founded his own school. Now, interestingly, the other schools of philosophy were located in gymnasia, like the Lyceum, like a sports ground where Aristotle taught, the Academy, where Plato taught. But Zeno founded his school in the Agora, in the Stoa Poikile, in a public porch, where Socrates used to do philosophy in the marketplace. He went back to the marketplace we were talking about earlier, and he did philosophy in public. So some people think the Stoics seem to have been trying to get back to philosophy in the way that Socrates did it. So Zeno started the school of philosophy that flourished for 500 years, which is kind of impressive. Marxism, psychoanalysis in the modern world kind of had a heyday that was like 100 years or something like that. But Stoicism lasted 500 years in the ancient world. And there was a continuous succession of teachers called scholarchs. Scholarch just means the head of the school. The first three were Zeno, Cleanthes, and Chrysippus. Chrysippus was one of the greatest intellectuals of the ancient Western world. He was considered to be up there with Aristotle, which is a high accolade, but none of his writings survive today. He wrote 700 books, probably more like essays.
Is it true that less than 1% of the writings from that time exists?
As a rough estimate, yeah, about less than 1%, roughly.
And why is that?
Just for many reasons, because before the printing press, texts had to be manually copied by slaves, usually by hand. And so there weren't that many copies of certain books. They were stored in ancient libraries, and often over time, they deteriorated, or there were fires, like at the Library of Alexandria, or they were looted. We don't know if there's a kind of gap in our knowledge here, but there was a Roman dictator called Sulla who besieged Athens, and things go kind of quiet after that in terms of philosophy. So some people believe that Sulla possibly looted the libraries and the philosophical schools, and scrolls were maybe just destroyed or sold or something like that. So unfortunately, in the ancient world, stuff gets broken and destroyed, and it may be that by the time of Marcus Aurelius, he doesn't even have access to some of the original Stoic texts. He said he almost certainly wouldn't have access to all of Chrysippus's books. He's maybe reading books by later authors who are quoting excerpts from Chrysippus, perhaps. Maybe he had some of the original texts. Just as an aside, as an example, Chrysippus wrote a book called Peripathon, which means on the passions. The Greek word pathos means passion or emotion, but it also means pathology or illness, weirdly. So it really means a book on psychopathology, which is essentially what it was, on the pathology of emotions, emotional disorders. And it was 4 volumes long. And the 4th volume of it was called To Therapeuticon. And it circulated on its own as a standalone book. It means on therapeutics. So Chrysippus wrote a book on psychotherapy that 400 years later actually still existed. It was being quoted by Galen, Marcus Aurelius's physician, and I think there's another author who quotes from it 4 centuries later. So in the ancient world, there was a book on psychotherapy, probably the first ever book on cognitive behavioral therapy.
Which is so counterintuitive. Most people think Freud, right?
That's what people think. Freud himself actually trained in psychotherapy. Modern psychotherapy originated about 50 years before Freud invented psychoanalysis. But it existed in the ancient. Well, not everything is new, right? So it does seem weird to people, but psychotherapy existed in the ancient world. Not in the form that it did today, but they definitely had the concept of doing therapy on the emotions, and they used the medical model to describe it. It was pretty common. Socrates uses the medical model to describe his Socratic method.
Hey fam, quick share. What you know about mitochondria? Maybe you recall from biology class that they're the power plants of our cells. It turns out that as we age, they get sluggish, and that's a big part of why energy and strength slowly decline over the years. This is where MitoPure from Timeline comes in. It's the only pure patented form of urolithin A, backed by actual human clinical trials, not just lab studies. It works by activating mitophagy, which is your body's natural cellular cleanup process. And it's not just about energy production. Healthy mitochondria support pretty much every system in your entire body. I love these things. I gift them to my guests in our goodie bags. I think you will too. Support your cells and how you age with MitoPure gummies from Timeline. Visit timeline.com/knowthyself and save 20% off your MitoPure gummies. That's it. Timeline.com/knowthyself. Hope you enjoy. It seems like there can be this romanticizing of the ancient world And sometimes perceiving like they're less sophisticated in some ways. And
Yeah.
obviously technologically they were, but in terms of the inner technology, in many ways they were more
Definitely.
superior.
Like, I mean, if people want to think that progress is linear and that people a long time ago were more primitive, they should look at ancient rhetoric. Like, ancient Greeks and Romans who were educated would wipe the floor like with most contemporary Americans or Brits or Canadians in terms of their grasp of rhetoric and logic, basically. So in some ways they had more time to study these subjects and had a very sophisticated understanding of them. So to continue our potted history,
Yeah, Chrysippus.
I got to
Chrysippus.
Chrysippus. Then there were a bunch of other Stoics. There was a guy called Diogenes of Babylon who went to Rome as an ambassador. He was ahead of the Stoic school. And the Romans got into Stoicism at that point. When was that? Round about 100 BC, if I remember rightly. And so the Romans were becoming interested in Greek thought. And they learned about different branches of Greek philosophy, but Stoicism was the one that really resonated with them. They identified it with traditional Roman values. So a number of Roman statesmen became kind of hooked on Stoicism, and it began to spread through the Roman Republic. Then Cicero, who's a famous orator and statesman, was not a Stoic, but studied Stoicism in Athens and wrote about it extensively. So Cicero's writings are one of our main and one of our most sophisticated sources for understanding what the Stoics actually believed. There was one of his contemporaries, a guy called Cato the Younger, became a kind of iconic figure in Roman Stoicism because he was a political opponent of Julius Caesar. So Cato didn't leave any writings behind, but he left this kind of legacy in the Roman world. Then something weird happened. So we'll gloss over the fall at the end of the Republic and the assassination of Julius Caesar. His nephew, Octavian, becomes Augustus, the founder of the Roman Empire. And the interesting thing about that is that Augustus had 2 Stoic tutors, and he seems to have been quite into Stoicism. He, towards the end of his life, started writing books on philosophy and circulating them among his friends, although they don't survive today. We've got no idea really what was in them. So it looks like the founder of the Roman Empire set this kind of precedent for Romans in the imperial age to believe that Stoicism was kind of the de facto philosophy of rulers, of emperors and statesmen. And then we have Nero, not a good example of Stoicism, being taught by Seneca. Seneca was Nero's personal tutor. Seneca's a contemporary of St. Paul. Seneca's brother is in the New Testament. He's mentioned briefly. Incidentally, the Stoics are literally mentioned in the New Testament. St. Paul goes to Athens, to the Areopagus, and we're told that he spoke to a group of Epicurean and Stoic philosophers. So they have a kind of walk-on part, like a bit part in the New Testament, weirdly. So then we have Seneca, and his life overlaps with that of Epictetus, who was a slave and became the most influential teacher in the history of Rome. He went into exile and died when Marcus Aurelius was a young boy. And that must have been Marcus must have felt like he narrowly missed the opportunity to study under his hero, basically. But he got the next best thing. Marcus almost certainly knew older men who probably met Epictetus in person. And one of them, a guy called Junius Rusticus, his closest friend and mentor, gave him a collection of writings that were transcriptions of the sayings, the teachings of Epictetus. We call them the discourses of Epictetus today. So this would be like getting bootleg copies. Nobody knew this existed originally. And I think it's possible that when Marcus Aurelius got these books, he says he got them from the private collection of Junius Rusticus, which maybe implies that they weren't well known at that time. So he must have thought, I'll never get a chance to learn from Epictetus. And then his tutor went, I've actually got all these transcriptions of his, like bootleg copies of a band that you've missed the chance to see live, right? And Marcus Aurelius becomes completely devoted to Stoic philosophy. He is a big deal back in the day because he's a Roman emperor, so he makes Stoicism famous again, even more famous. And then weirdly, and we don't entirely know the reason for this, after Marcus Aurelius dies, Stoicism kind of disappears from the historical record. It's kind of supplanted in popularity by Neoplatonism, and then eventually Christianity leads to the suppression of the pagan schools of philosophy. They're closed down eventually in 529 AD. So Stoicism kind of vanishes. But the Stoics, to borrow a phrase from Nietzsche, pressed their hand upon aeons as though upon wax. They left their imprint on Christianity to some extent. So we kind of, in modern Western society, Stoicism is weirdly familiar to us because it permeated our culture in lots of subtle ways. It affected Latin poets, and their writings affected early modern poets. And so we've kind of absorbed it, like indirectly without realizing it in many cases. So often when people read the Stoics, they say, this seems strangely familiar to me, and they're not sure why. But that's the influence throughout the ages. So you were asking about India. It's so cool. It's so frustrating because there are obvious parallels, right? It's quite eerie sometimes.
Yeah, especially with like the Vedantic tradition.
Yeah, it's super nerdy in a way to kind of get into this. But there's some cool things that are worth thinking about here. There's legends about early legendary Greek figures traveling to the east. So the problem is, in case people are wondering, the problem is that Persia is in the way, right? So the Persians protected the Silk Roads. There were important trade routes. So you couldn't just go very easily from Greece to India and back and forth. I think there are ways that some merchants were able to travel through, but it was difficult. There wasn't much contact. It was mediated by the Persian Empire until a guy that you may have heard of called Alexander the Great.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of that guy. So he was a big deal back in the day. So Alexander the Great conquered Persia. Remarkable. I mean, he was a historical phenomenon. It's difficult to overstate how remarkable it was. Not necessarily a good guy. He's not celebrated in every culture, but he did something remarkable in military terms. He got to Afghanistan and Pakistan. He got pretty far. And he took philosophers with him, right? So in particular, he took a Cynic philosopher, and he took a guy called Pyrrho of Elis, who was a skeptic philosopher. So it could be the Greek philosophy influenced Indian. It would be astounding if Indian philosophers didn't talk to some of these guys the Greek colonists that went there and take some influence from them. There's a Buddhist scripture called The Questions of King Malanda, and King Malanda is a Greek, I think in Afghanistan or Bactria, he's a king in a Greek colony. So we find in some Eastern scriptures references to exchange of ideas. And it could be that some ideas from Indian philosophy penetrated, particularly through Pyrrho of Elis, Greek skepticism, some people believe may have been influenced by Indian philosophy. And there's a number of other kind of obscure references to some sort of contact between these two traditions. But it was Alexander the Great that opened up, created a window of opportunity for communication between these cultures.
I'm so intrigued and fascinated, and I could spend the rest of this podcast just exploring the possibilities of what could have happened and crossover. And what's inspiring to me actually is when schools of thought perhaps maybe didn't even influence each other because of their geographic separation and yet arrive at similar truths and knowings. To me, that reinforces this Vedantic maxim also, that truth waits for eyes unclouded by longing. When one actually becomes wise, no matter where you come from, you arrive at similar understandings about the nature of reality.
Like it's kind of perennial or archetypal wisdom that the Stoics actually talk about that, and they believe that it's no surprise. When thinkers are very confident that they're on the right track, they're usually unsurprised when other people in other cultures arrive at the same conclusion. They tend to say, of course they would, because we believe that this is right. The doctrine of impermanence, there are guys like in India that believe, because it's true. So we'd be surprised if they didn't figure stuff like that out. So they're very open to that idea. I was going to mention that the odd thing about it is, it's the way that these different cultures perceive each other. I have to say, is different from the way that we tend to perceive them, right? So the Greeks actually have a name for Indian philosophers. They call them the gymnosophoi, which means naked wise men. So that was how and there are some references to the things that they taught, but they don't really seem to look that much like Vedanta. It's hard to kind of extract what it is that they're referencing to, and it might be that maybe the historians are making up some of the references or dialogues, but they definitely know that these guys exist. Here's a bit of trivia for you. One of Marcus Aurelius's teachers apparently traveled to Africa, to North Africa, to Egypt, and some other parts of North Africa, and supposedly met gymnosophoi there. So I think there were some Indian philosophers or merchants that travelled to Egypt. And so Marcus knew a guy who knew a guy, he knew a guy who allegedly had met Indian philosophers, but that's maybe about as close as we get to directly having contact with that culture.
Yeah, the speculation is fascinating and endless, even Jesus's life, in those missing years of what was happening in his 20s before he started teaching, What were the Stoics' understanding of Jesus of Nazareth and who he was? Was he a mystic, the Messiah? Was it a wide spectrum? Do you know?
They didn't think much about Christianity. Really, the Romans at that time, in the first couple of centuries, generally just viewed Christianity. First of all, they thought it was Jewish. They saw it mainly as a kind of Jewish sect. And I think that the thing about understanding how ancient philosophy has interacted in a way is to realize there were more of them than we normally think. So early Christianity was probably more diverse than we would assume. And there were probably many other similar sects that the Stoics or educated Romans in general would probably have seen Christianity as just kind of one among a number of similar sects or religions that were around at the time. And also sometimes they're a little bit vague about what Christians believe. And the form that popular versions of Christianity took, there was Christian sects that are extinct, long extinct now, that died off a few centuries later, that might have been the most popular forms at the time. For example, Gnosticism.
Yeah, the Essenes and...
Yeah. So in 1945, there was a little guy who was like a goat herd in Egypt, and he going to work every day, walked past a boulder, and it used to bug him because he just thought, and when you see something, you think, that just doesn't look right. And he thought, this boulder looks like it shouldn't be where it is. It's just like in a weird position at the bottom of a cliff. And so one day, I guess he was bored and he thought, I'm going to move it and see if there's anything underneath it. And he found a stash of books from the 3rd century AD, from a Gnostic Christian community that had stashed all of their codices, their version of the Bible, basically, because they'd probably been persecuted perhaps by other Christians. What they were doing was unorthodox. So a bit of trivia for you. One of those codices, it contains Gnostic and Hermetic and kind of apocryphal Christian writings, but it also has Socrates in it. weirdly. So there's a parallel universe, like in which an early version of Christianity has a Bible that includes Socrates.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's got an excerpt, translated into Coptic, it's an excerpt from Plato's Republic. Right, so the early Christian community, I mean, early Christianity, things were different than we tend to assume. Like, there were early Christian communities out there that considered Socrates to be part of their scripture.
So, if I have it right, this goat herder stumbled upon these vessels, which I believe were preserved from bat dung. Is that right?
I don't know about that. I haven't heard that before. This is in a place called Nag Hammadi.
Yeah, the Nag Hammadi Library, right?
Yeah.
And from what I understand, there was bat dung that was actually preserving a lot of the scrolls. Wow. One of which I believe from the Gnostic texts is the Gospel of Thomas.
Yeah.
All these other potentially extracted, removed Gospels from the early various Bibles. One of which, the saying which I love from that, to who knows if it's rightly or wrongly attributed to Jesus, but if you bring forth that which is within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring forth that which is within you, what you do not bring forth will destroy you. And to me, it's the fact that we just recently, in the past 100 years, have discovered these texts that give us a window into the cross-pollination between these wisdom traditions is so cool. I would die to see the people that were putting those scrolls in that place at that time, over a millennia ago, and us reinterpreting and trying to figure out what actually happened.
It's quite difficult to imagine now because Christianity evolved so much over the ages, but at certain points, like Christians, some scholars believe that early Christians saw themselves at one point as philosophers, like more as a sort of philosophy. And certainly in the Gnostic Gospels, there's clearly more Neoplatonic influence in them than in the surviving New Testament. So early, like, Christianity was in some ways more philosophical or more influenced by Greek philosophy than we might assume. We have writings from early Christian figures like Justin Martyr, who wrote a letter to Marcus Aurelius that survives. And in it, he talks about Heraclitus and he talks about Stoicism. So sometimes early Christians were critics of Stoicism, but they were kind of frenemies, for want of a better word. So they would criticize Stoicism, but they would also see themselves as having some common ground with the Stoics. Here's a bit of trivia for you. Dante, who wrote the Divine Comedy, made a good way of expressing the kind of relationship between the two things. Many centuries later, describing purgatory, he takes Cato, who we mentioned earlier, and Cato is the guardian of purgatory in Dante's Divine Comedy. So Cato is kind of, the way he portrays him, he says there are 4 stars behind him that illuminate him with their light. And Virgil and Dante fall to their knees in front of him, right? He's like a pagan saint. And Dante's super Catholic, right? So it's quite odd that he says this guy technically can't get into heaven because he doesn't believe in Jesus, but he's as close as you could possibly get. He has this idea of the Stoics as being like potentially the best that somebody could be, the most virtuous someone could be in the eyes of Christianity without actually believing in Jesus. They're in the most elevated position in the afterlife. And so he sees, Cato as this kind of like pagan saint-like figure. And it shows this, kind of strained in some ways relationship, but a relationship of admiration that Christians often had with Stoicism.
I'm loving this conversation. There's so many various rabbit holes I want to dive deep into. Marcus Aurelius, you're probably one of the living humans that knows the most about his life. Would you agree?
Accidentally, I've written 3 books about Marcus Aurelius, so I kind of spent quite a lot of time. I thought eventually I need to write a book about someone else.
Yeah.
For change. So then I wrote a book about Socrates. But yeah, I've spent quite a lot of time studying Marcus Aurelius. I wrote a graphic novel about him. I wrote How to Think Like a Roman Emperor. And I wrote a biography of him for Yale University Press, like a more kind of traditional biography of his life. I think he is he's a very appealing figure to many people today. I guess that's the simplest thing that I could say about it. I don't know if Stoicism would be anywhere near as popular if it wasn't for Marcus Aurelius. Like, he's a figure that people find it easy to relate to. And also the Meditations is a text that's quite accessible.
Yeah.
Like, so not as many people today are. There's no renaissance of Aristotelianism that's comparable, like, to Stoicism, because there isn't an Aristotelian text that's anywhere near as accessible and user-friendly as the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. So he's a great ambassador for Stoicism in a sense.
There's something really inspiring about getting a window into the personal thoughts of a emperor like him at that time that a contemporary Western mind can directly relate to, which makes you think, oh, these perennial questions that we're all faced with and pervasive without the human existence are not anything new, which in some ways is refreshing, because that means that the answers, the solvents, the things that will actually provide solutions for are things that people have wrestled with for millennia. What are the Meditations, and why is that text such a unique and popular text in this day and age?
Well, I think you're right. It is. I wrote a book called How to Think Like a Roman Emperor, and some people would say, well, how would we know how a Roman emperor thought? And the answer is, well, duh. He literally tells us exactly how he thought. Like, he wrote his private thoughts down in detail for us. So it's remarkable. Like you say, that very fact alone is quite remarkable. We have this window into his thought process about how he's coping with the challenges that he faces as an emperor, and not just kind of little asides like a diary or something. Like, he's really going deep, like, into his core philosophy. So it's in itself a remarkable book. There's another reason why it's so popular, though, which is, funnily enough, some scholars, I think, don't really appreciate, which is that Marcus Aurelius, I think, is a far greater writer than he's normally given credit for being. Now, the Meditations are private notes. It's not a polished speech that he was writing. It's not his best writing in that regard. But Marcus had an amazing education. And we can thank his mother for that, incidentally. You know, there's people say behind every great man there's a great woman. Like, Marcus Aurelius is a really good example of that, because his mother, Domitia Lucilla, probably engineered his education. What's unusual about Marcus Aurelius's education is he started studying philosophy when he was 12, which even in the ancient world is unusually young. And he had a lot of Stoic tutors, like that, which some Romans may have had a Stoic tutor. Marcus had multiple Stoic tutors. So if that's anything to do with his mother, and there's some hints that it may well be, she made him the Stoic that he became by, giving him a Stoic education. But he also studied rhetoric in Latin and in Greek. So for decades, and he was a big fan of oratory and rhetoric. So Marcus was a highly, highly trained and highly accomplished writer, and a great aphorist. So one of the reasons that people are very influenced by his writings is that they're easy to read. The language he uses captures philosophical ideas in very vivid images, and sometimes the things he says are quite memorable as well. So I think the quality of his writing matters. We have some other Stoic texts that are pretty dry by comparison. So that I think that's part of it. People don't get quotes from CBT books tattooed on them, right? But I kid you not, like, there are whole websites dedicated to photographs of dudes with Stoic tattoos. Like, people keep showing me them and stuff, right? I think it's a good illustration in a way of how Stoicism resonates with people in ways that other philosophies don't really. And it's partly down to Marcus Aurelius' mastery of the language that he's using.
What are your thoughts on how philosophers seem to be often born from an early injury?
Yeah.
There's this search for meaning that seems to be quite embedded in people that have traumatic or difficult experiences early on.
Yeah.
That lead to great minds and philosophers.
So Marcus Aurelius lost his father when he was young, but he had quite a traumatic life in other regards as well, in ways that, it gets kind of dark at certain points. We think of Hadrian as being one of the good emperors or one of the better emperors because he accomplished a lot of things. But that wasn't the Hadrian that Marcus Aurelius knew. Marcus Aurelius knew Hadrian towards the very end of his life. In the last, I think, about 4 or 5 months of Hadrian's life, Hadrian ordered Marcus to come and live in his villa. And I think that was traumatizing for him because Hadrian went crazy and had political purges, had senators executed, kept trying to kill himself. He was a physical mess. He was very sick. He was kind of depraved, really. And Marcus, I think, was about 15, when Hadrian ordered him to come and live in his villa. I think it would have blown his mind. And my belief is that Marcus saw this kind of depravity and this guy's decline and paranoia, and he thought, he was frightened. And he thought, I don't want to end up like this guy. And I think that threw him, the same way that Zeno said he was cast into the arms of philosophy by becoming bankrupt and losing everything. I think Marcus was thrown into the arms of philosophy by seeing this kind of madhouse that surrounded Hadrian and thinking, how am I going to survive in this horrible, corrupt world? And he thought, I need to find something that I can cling on to. And he attached himself to Stoicism as something that he thought would allow him to cope with the demands of court life in the Roman Empire, where he's surrounded by people that are lying to him and manipulating him and want to assassinate him, and temptations that would, be way beyond most people's self-discipline.
What through line do you draw with your own search for meaning and you as a young boy at 13 when your father passed, and what ensued after as you kind of being labeled as a write-off for the anger that you had in your life? I'm curious, what through lines and what was it just like to be you?
Well, I didn't really think about this much when I first became interested in Marcus Aurelius, but I suppose it became obvious to me over time, gradually sunk in that there are parallels between my own life and his. So I lost my father a bit later in life, but it still had a big impact on me, and I turned to philosophy as a sort of substitute father figure. I think that's what Marcus Aurelius did. He thought, I don't have a dad telling me what sort of man to be, to look up to as a role model, so I need to kind of somehow construct my own guide to life. And that was what philosophy did for him. And that's the reason that I became interested in philosophy. And also, when I was a young guy, I had a lot of anger issues. And I think in some ways, almost like people, when someone has a problem, it reaches a certain point, sometimes they kind of come out the other side of it. So in some ways, I feel like my being really angry as a young guy kind of helped me, because I reached a point where I thought, I can't carry on like this. I need to stop being angry. And that caused me to really question my anger at a much deeper level than I would have done normally. Marcus Aurelius tells us in the Meditations that he had a bad temper. Maybe he's implying the paradox is he says that he struggled with his own anger, but the Roman histories tell us that he was known for being devoid of anger in the face of provocation. So that you could argue that paints a picture of somebody who naturally had this temper that he was struggling with, but succeeded perhaps in using Stoicism as a way of coping with it, so that other people started to perceive him as somebody that was the opposite.
Yeah.
He conquered his temper. So I think perhaps I found him relatable for that reason, that he was struggling with similar problems that I had struggled with, and so he kind of offered me it was attractive to me because he was walking a similar path and offering me solutions. I think that one of the things I'd say about the Stoics, what do you call a follower of Pythagoras? A Pythagorean. What do you call a follower of Epicurus? An Epicurean. Follower of Plato is called a Platonist. A follower of Aristotle is sometimes called an Aristotelian. What do we call a follower of Zeno? We don't call them a Zenonian, luckily, because that would be like a Martian or something like that. It would sound odd. We call them Stoics after the place where they met. And there's a reason for that. The Stoics were famous for refusing to claim that their founder was perfectly wise, like a wise man or a guru or a sophist. They said, no, Zeno is fallible. Like, he's like Socrates. Like, he portrayed himself more like a student rather than a teacher. I think Seneca, in one of his letters, probably is echoing what earlier Stoics had said about Zeno. So Seneca writes these letters to a friend called Lucilius. And he says to Lucilius, I don't want you to think of me as being like a physician and you're my patient. On the contrary, think of me more like a fellow patient, simply one who's been undergoing treatment for longer and maybe has more experience. So Stoics are describing something that's like a peer support approach, a bit like Alcoholics Anonymous for philosophers, like in a way. And I think that was something that was characteristic of Stoicism in the ancient world, is this emphasis on fallibility and recognizing the fallibility in other people, but also trying to extract from other people the qualities that are worth modeling. So not putting anyone on a pedestal, but actually looking at everybody and trying to see what we could possibly learn from them. For example, at the beginning in book 1 of the Meditations, Marcus lists the people that he admires, and he lists the qualities. He talks about his adoptive father, Antoninus, at great length. He talks about Junius Rusticus at length, but he also lists his brother, Lucius Verus, who is a guy that it would be difficult to find as a role model. He was probably an alcoholic. He was kind of a failure in many regards as a co-emperor, and he was sort of a notorious playboy, right? But Marcus says he's affectionate and loyal. And those qualities I can learn something from. So even in somebody who's deeply flawed and fallible, Marcus is able to find something admirable. Now, again, in modern psychology, there's a body of literature on what's called modeling. And the literature on modeling makes a basic distinction between what we call mastery modeling and coping modeling. So mastery modeling is where you look at somebody who's nailed it. Like, say you want to model public speaking, you would look at somebody who's like the world's greatest public speaker and model their mastery of the subject. But in therapy, the research shows that although there are some benefits to mastery modeling, it can also backfire because it can make people kind of idealize the goal that they're trying to work towards. And it doesn't necessarily show them the journey that they need to take to get there. It can be counterproductive in some ways. Coping modeling would be like Seneca, when you look at somebody who's not perfect, has maybe had similar problems to you. So if you have social anxiety, coping modeling would be somebody who had social anxiety but has made some progress in dealing with it, right? So they're kind of still on the journey, but they show you the steps that you would need to take in order to improve. So Stoicism seems to be more based around coping modeling, whereas other schools of ancient philosophy lean more towards mastery modeling. And I think that attracted me. Marcus is a flawed individual. He acknowledges his flaws, and we see him working through them, not putting himself on a pedestal and trying to claim that he has mastery, but like he's showing us what he needs to do in order to deal with his temper and deal with his fears.
I resonate with a lot of your personal journey as well. For me internally, my parents split when I was around 6, 7, 8, which is a very formative time for your identity. And I had a lot of, I don't even know if I've talked about this much, but like also a lot of anger at that time. Would get in fight at schools. I was in the principal's office, suspended multiple times. I think I've heard you share similar with you. And around, I think like 12, 13, stepping into high school, I straightened out. Puberty helps. I remember one time my mom, after I was like getting in fights. We were doing like these fight tournaments in our bathroom during breaks, and someone like recorded it and it got to the assistant principal. Called me to the office. My mom came in. She slapped me in front of the principal. You know that'll influence it for sure. I think about that time. Fast forwarding to like 18, 19, when I started, was part of this like men's group kind of thing, where we'd get together and we'd talk about what we're learning about ourselves, accountability systems. Right. We all would assign each other a different historical figure who everyone else thinks they most resemble, and qualities. Like for me, it was like truth seeker, and actually Marcus Aurelius was the person that
that's awesome.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I look back and I put a lot of through lines with all this, and resonate with the journey of the meaning making and trying to make sense of a reality which is confusing as a young boy.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know that much about the lives of many ancient philosophers. Yeah. Like we know, we know more about Marcus Aurelius perhaps than we know about any other ancient Greek or Roman philosopher. Because he was a big deal. I mean, a lot of philosophers, we don't even know what they looked like, because in many cases there are surviving statues or images of them. Marcus Aurelius, we have a whole bunch of statues of him. We have archaeological evidence from coins and engravings about him. We have his private letters that were discovered in the 19th century. So we get this window into his private life. We have Roman historians writing about him and other writers in the period just kind of mentioning him in passing. Yeah. So we've got this kind of wealth of information that allows us to make him three-dimensional. One of the reasons he's attractive is he seems like a real person. I think that's also because, say with a figure like Augustus, he carefully managed his public image. So we don't get to kind of see the real Augustus as clearly.
Fallibility.
Yeah. Whereas Marcus, we can see who this guy was more clearly, much better than we can with a lot of other historical figures. It makes him more relatable, I think. And also it didn't do any harm that there was a spike in popularity of Stoicism in the year 2000. What happened in the year 2000 that made Stoicism suddenly become more popular? The movie Gladiator came out.
Of course.
Yeah. And Richard Harris plays Marcus Aurelius in the first act. He gets killed by Commodus in the movie. But a lot of people who had never picked up a book on philosophy in their lives were like, who's this Marcus Aurelius dude? Yeah. And a lot of young guys in particular would go out, and sales of the meditation kind of shot up after that. And that was one of the things that helped push Stoicism into the limelight, so that now Stoicism has become a thing. It's almost like a subgenre of self-improvement in its own right today.
Why does there seem to be this pervasive perception of Stoics being emotionally suppressed?
That was a caricature of Stoicism that existed even in the ancient world. But it's not what this is. It's a simplification of what the Stoics meant. And in some ways, it's kind of the opposite. By the way, Marcus Aurelius, we're told, wept twice. Once was when he was attending a speech in the Senate about an earthquake that had happened in Asia Minor, where a lot of people had died. And he broke into tears listening to the news about this tragedy. And another time was when Junius Rusticus, his tutor, died. He wept inconsolably. So I think Marcus Aurelius was a naturally sensitive man. He wasn't like a robot. And he used Stoicism as a way of helping him to manage his natural sensitivity. So when we talk about Stoicism, here's a curious observation about language. Everyone has heard the word cynical, Epicurean, skeptical, academic, Stoic. These are all names of ancient Greek schools of philosophy, but we use those words today to mean things that are tenuously related to what they originally meant. So words often change their meaning over the centuries, and the meaning becomes a caricature or a kind of diluted version of what it originally meant.
Like apathy?
Yeah, like apathy is a good example, right? That's a technical term in Stoic philosophy, but it's come to mean a very simplified version. It just means not feeling anything. Whereas like a literal translation of apatheia would be more like, well, I said earlier that pathos means emotion, but also means pathology. So it would mean not experiencing pathological emotions. So it would be almost by definition, it would be the outcome of psychotherapy would be apatheia. It wouldn't be the absence of feeling. It would be the absence of pathological feelings. Stoicism today, scholars usually make a distinction between Stoicism written with a lowercase s and capital S Stoicism. So lowercase Stoicism has come to mean having a stiff upper lip, or suppressing or concealing unpleasant or embarrassing emotions is how I would technically define it. Now, the funny thing is, there's actually quite a lot of research on lowercase Stoicism. We can measure it as a coping style or a kind of personality trait, and the evidence strongly suggests it's pretty unhealthy. Like, it tends to backfire for a bunch of reasons. I think that's very interesting because a lot of people, even today, do try to be lowercase Stoic. Some people would say it's associated with certain preconceptions about masculinity, for example, like men are supposed to be Stoic in that sense, just have a stiff upper lip. There's a bunch of reasons why that doesn't work out that well in the long run. I mean, a really simple, obvious one is that people that score highly on, for example, the Liverpool Stoicism scale, which is one of the tools that's used to measure this, people that score highly on that will tend not to seek emotional support from their friends, or these people don't go and see counselors or therapists, basically, because that's contrary to their coping style. And so, surprise, surprise, people who don't seek emotional support or don't go to see therapists tend to cope more poorly in the long run than people that seek help. So that's just one of several reasons why it can potentially backfire. There's more subtle reasons as well. The ancient Stoics had a much more nuanced and sophisticated understanding of emotion, right? They did not advocate suppressing emotions. That concept, I kind of wouldn't even make sense to them. It's not on their radar. The reason that this confusion exists in a way is that we have this thing that philosophers and psychologists call a folk psychology. So folk psychology is the default set of assumptions that everybody shares about how the mind works and how emotions work. Is baked into our culture and the language that we use, right? So everyone has this kind of psychological theory that we use in daily life. Problem is that, particularly with regard to the emotions, it's wrong. Like, our folk psychology or default psychology is very simplistic and it's basically inaccurate. So the folk psychology of emotions, generally speaking, is the idea that an emotion is kind of homogenous. Like, so anger is just like an energy that wells up inside you. And so people think you should try and push it down or channel it into certain things or kind of purge it or vent it from your system. And those ways of coping make sense to people intuitively because they think of anger as a kind of homogenous energy that wells up inside them, right? But that isn't what anger is. And it's not how it works. That's not how emotions in general function. So as soon as you look closely at something, you'll tend to realize that it has components. And what seems like a thing on close inspection often starts to look more like a process, right? So the Stoics saw the emotions more as processes that consist of distinct phases, and they saw them as being composite, combining certain ingredients together. So one of the basic distinctions that Stoicism makes is between an initial automatic phase of emotion. Somebody walks up to you in the street and spits in your face. You'll react, right? Before you even have a chance to think about it. It'll trigger your amygdala and the rage circuit in your brain. Your blood pressure will shoot up. Your body will release adrenaline. Your muscles will tense up. Like, your attention will become narrow and focused. It's like a bunch of things happen automatically to you before you get a chance to even think about what's going on. That's the automatic phase of emotion. So you can't suppress that. It's too late. Like, it already happens before you get a chance to intervene in it. Maybe with training over time, you could influence that. But in the moment, it's too fast, usually, to do much about it. So the most that we can do is the Stoics said, it's indifferent. We should accept it. It's just a kind of, in a sense, a physical reaction. But what happens next is increasingly under voluntary control. So you might say you can't do anything about your reaction, but what you can do is change your response to your reaction. As Covey says, there's a gap between stimulus and response. And that's exactly what the Stoics are interested in. And the transition between stage 1 and stage 2 of the emotion, which might be like a split second, the Stoics refer to as synkatathesis. Like, they have this weird technical term for it, which I think is badly translated as assent to the initial impression. So you have the initial impression, like, this guy's a jerk and he deserves to be punched in the face, right? That's your brain creates that for you by appraising the threat and your coping options instantly, automatically. That's how it seems to you immediately, because your brain's done that for you. But then you have the opportunity to go, hang on a minute, hold your horses. Is this the whole story? Is this accurate, or is it kind of distorted? Is this really the best way to respond, or might I regret this afterwards? Am I perhaps making things worse if I respond in this way? So Epictetus tells his students that at this crucial gap between stimulus and response, you should say, take a moment, refrain from hasty assent to the impression. He says, talk to your impression weirdly and say to it, you're just an impression and not entirely the thing that you claim to represent. So it restores the subjectivity of our impression. No angry person thinks, right now, I'm having the impression that this guy deserves to be punched in the nose. Angry people think, this guy does deserve to be punched in the nose, and he is a jerk. So when we're highly emotional, when we escalate our emotions, we take our impressions and we fuse them with reality. We treat them as if they're facts. Like, this guy is a jerk. It's like Korzybski called it the is of identity, right? Not just, this guy seems like a jerk to me. This guy is a jerk, as if it's an objective fact, as if I expect everyone else to agree with me about it, right? Once I make that transition, that's synkatathesis. Like, once I fuse my perception with reality, I'm kind of now inhabiting the impression. I'm trapped inside it. That's become my world. Now, I'm living in a world where there's a guy in front of me that's a jerk and he deserves to be punched. So it's almost now I'm inevitably going to experience the escalation of the emotion. The Stoics want us to kind of introduce a pause at that point before that happens, to catch it early and say, hang on a minute, hold your horses. Like, this is just an impression. It's not the whole story. It's never the whole story. And maybe it's distorting things or exaggerating things in certain regards. Normally that happens. I'll explain a very simple way of understanding this kind of two-phase model, which is weirdly consistent with modern research on emotions. So hopefully already you can see how this is a more sophisticated understanding of emotion that changes the coping strategies that you would potentially use. Like, how could you cope in a healthy way with emotions if you don't make these basic distinctions, right? You're going to be handicapped in that regard if you just think of emotion as a kind of vague ball where everything's mashed together. So a good example would be, one of my favorite examples is you're walking through the woods and at night, out of the corner of your eye, you see a snake. And immediately your heart starts beating, your body releases adrenaline. It triggers the fight or flight response, activates your amygdala. 2 seconds later, you look more closely at it and you think that's not a snake. It's a old bit of rope or a rubber hose or something like that. What happens now is that your prefrontal cortex has started to reevaluate your initial impression, and it's noticed that it's inaccurate. So unconsciously, at a neurological level, it sends an inhibitory signal to your amygdala and says, turn off the alarm, like it's a false alarm. Now, the interesting thing is you're still going to be anxious for a while. Your body will stop releasing adrenaline, but it's going to take 10, 20 minutes, whatever, for your body to break down the adrenaline that's already circulating. So it's going to take you a while to restore your composure. Your hands might still be shaking like for 5 or 10 minutes afterwards, right? There's a recovery period. But that's normal. Like, it's normal for our emotions to be triggered rapidly, automatically, but in a fast and loose way. So what we gain from that is a rapid response, but the price we pay for it is that it's imprecise, inaccurate, and leads to a number of false alarms. And there's a tendency to exaggerate threats and underestimate our coping ability. What's supposed to happen is that we then reappraise. Like, when we've got a little bit more time, like, we begin to reappraise our hot take, like our initial impression. And cognitive therapy, in a sense, is just building on that, like doing that in a more sophisticated way. So Stoics understood we need to buy ourselves a little bit more time, ideally at that point. And the easiest way to do that actually is just to tell yourself, slow down, take a moment, like hold your horses, like stop and think. Is your initial impression, is your hot take really accurate, or might it be slightly distorted? This is, I think, in a way that you could describe that as a sort of mindfulness. The Stoics call it prosoché. It means paying attention. In a sense, this is kind of the first step in almost any type of self-help or psychotherapy, perhaps.
I'm curious because my perception through the lens of modern psychology and also ancient wisdom traditions like Buddhism would ask us similarly to examine the gap between the stimulus and the response, and how our hardwired need for survival makes us vigilant for any perceived threat and stress, and how if I'm going to come to you, Donald, and sling insults your way in English in a way that matches with your own perceived inadequacies, that is going to be triggering for you, because in some way you believe on some level, if you're triggered emotionally, on some level that these things are actually true about you. And likewise, from the Buddhist perspective, they ask us and invite us to pay attention to the changes in our biochemistry. Right? There's always an abnormality in the breath and a biochemical sensation that's always coupled with these sanskaras, these old triggers and wounds embedded deep in our mind. And to become a free individual, to wake up to the truth of who we are, we need to begin examining these automatic, algorithmic patterns that are almost enacting in and of themselves. And that is an inherently unconscious way to live life. Of course, it brings compassion into the equation for largely their unconscious processes in which we have no control over. I love that the invitation that you're bringing is to start to give some space and breath into the gap between our opinions about the events and the events in and of themselves.
I think to kind of circle back to where we started with the lowercase Stoicism and so on. So people who have that simplistic idea would think the goal is just to kind of eliminate all of their feelings. And that might be an unrealistic goal. So the Stoics would say, no, the goal is to notice, recognize the initial automatic subcortical like threat responses and so on that are just part of human nature, but also just to kind of realize that they're just automatic responses, and the Stoics say you don't actually have to buy into them. You know, the odd thing is it changes our perception, but I would compare it to if you're high on drugs or you're drunk, you just drank a bottle of whiskey. You know, you might think, I feel like I should phone up one of my relatives that I don't go on with and have, tell them what I really think of them, right? Yeah. So one person might do that. And another person might think, hang on a minute, I'm drunk. Like, I'm not thinking straight. I can't trust some of these impressions that I have right now. They're kind of distorted. And that's kind of what that self-awareness of somebody who's drunk or high, realizing that they're drunk or high, is the type of self-awareness that the Stoics are talking about. They have a technical term for this. They call these initial automatic phases, they call them the first movements, or the proto-passions. Propathei is the term that they use. So those they think are just natural. But the trick is not being swept along by them, but being able to kind of step back from them, like not trying to eliminate them or suppress them, but just accepting that they're natural and realizing that we don't necessarily have to allow them to control us. We can choose what we do next in response to them.
It makes me think about how it's been helpful in my life also is just examining the physics of what's happening.
Yeah.
You know, you make these sounds, which I'm interpreting in my brain through the language of English and my understanding to create this meaning. But if you were to come to me and speak in Pig Latin or Italian, all of a sudden there's no trigger because I'm not making any meaning out of what you're saying. And it seems like many of the great wisdom traditions, and Stoicism certainly included in that, is reminding us to examine the delta between what is and everything else, what really happens in reality and the meaning that is asserted on top of it. And I'm curious your thoughts there, because I've heard you refer to the Stoics' endeavor to live in accordance with nature, in a sense, and to be with what is and to see reality clearly for what it is. So any other thoughts you have there on the difference between what's really happening in the physical world and all the stuff that we put on top of it?
Well, one way of understanding Stoicism that I think is kind of useful, the slogan of Stoicism was living in agreement with nature. That it's a little bit cryptic, and its connotations are slightly different in the original Greek. But that was what they said was the goal of life. They said that is Stoicism, living in agreement with nature. Marcus Aurelius uses that phrase many times, by the way, even, nearly 500 years after Zeno coined it. So throughout the history of Stoicism, this was kind of central to how people understood it. It doesn't mean just kind of going along with your animal instincts, though. The Stoics viewed nature slightly differently from the way that we would today. They saw reason as being part of human nature. So they said that living in agreement with nature is synonymous with living rationally, but using reason in an integrated and consistent way, basically. And they thought one way of understanding how we do that is that we should perceive the world accurately. How do we perceive the world accurately? They said that we should only give our assent or accept as reality, fuse with reality, impressions that we consider to be accurate and objectively true, right? So they thought one of the main problems is that we assign too much value to things that are outside of our direct control. They seem to think that's the main way that we distort our perception of external events. So I lose my job. Or Epictetus would say, by all means, assent to the impression that you've lost your job. That's like a fact, right? It might not be the whole story. It's probably incomplete, but, apart from that, it's objectively true, perhaps. It's a fair description of events.
That's what his quote about the opinions of events is getting at.
Yeah. He says it's not events that upset us, but rather our opinions about them, and specifically our opinions about how bad they are, basically our value judgments. He says something kind of cute. He says, so if somebody's been sent into exile or sent to prison, say he's been sent into exile, say I've lost my job, but he says, but do not add the word alas, right? So he says that when you add the value judgment, when you catastrophize it, you're going beyond the objective facts. The catastrophicness, the awfulness of it, isn't a physical property of the event. Our language biases us to think that it is. We say, this is big, it's small, it's black, it's white, it's awful. As if awfulness is a physical property of the event. I'm just calling it like it is.
Yeah.
But actually it would be more accurate to say it's large, it's small, it's black, it's white, and I evaluate it as awful. It's more about, when I say something's awful, it's more that I'm expressing my attitude towards it. But the grammar of the language misleads us into thinking that we're just describing an objective fact. And that's syncatathesis, right? This is awful. It's the is of identity. Once I think that defines the external world, I lose control at that point, because I'm now treating it as if it's a fact rather than it being an attitude that I could possibly change. There's a big difference between saying, this is awful, and saying, right now, in my current physiological state, my current neurological state, from my current perspective, I'm evaluating this as being awful. But that's not the whole story about it. And other people might evaluate it differently. I myself, tomorrow, in a different neurological and physiological state, looking back on it, might evaluate it slightly differently. So that seems like a more kind of rational, objective way of describing what's going on. It seems kind of pedantic to spell it out like that. But the emotional difference between saying it is awful and saying, from my current perspective, I'm evaluating it as awful, although I know that's not the whole story and it's not the only way of evaluating it, night and day. Yeah. But the Stoics would say, but the second one is more accurate, right? They want to restore our sense that these are just impressions and not facts about the world. You could say a big theme, know thyself is a theme that runs through ancient philosophy. Another big theme that runs through most Greek philosophy is just this basic distinction between appearance and reality. And the Stoics think that, syncatathesis, the root of pathology is when we confuse appearance and reality. Right, this guy seems like a jerk is different from this guy is a jerk. Like, if we take our impression or how things seem to us and we treat it as if it's objectively true, it's at that point, the problem is at that point we lose control. It controls us.
It seems like a really simple but also radically transformative thing to infuse doubt into the things we feel we're so certain about. I remember, I'd butcher if I try to share, but I think that Chinese proverb of the son whose the father whose son fell off the horse and broke his arm, and what I'm referring to, about who are we to play God in our lives and know the reason, whether it's good or bad, and have these value judgments on the events that are occurring because we don't know the full picture.
This idea about, it's hard to evaluate whether something's good or bad or favorable or unfavorable was very familiar in Greek culture as well, for the simple reason that it's a mainstay of Greek tragedy. So Oedipus meets a beautiful woman who's a queen and he marries her. Like, happy days. Like, it's good fortune. But then he discovers that it turns out it's his own mother. He didn't realize that because he'd been abandoned as a child. Now it becomes a tragedy, right? So the Greeks celebrated reversal of fortune in their literature. And so this was a really familiar idea to them, which is what that Chinese proverb is talking about. Socrates turns that into like a self-help technique, basically a psychological coping strategy. There's a passage, if I can remember rightly, in Plato's Republic, where Socrates is talking about the Greek tragedies. And he says, I don't think the heroes in Greek tragedies are great role models. And the guy he's talking to is Plato's brother, Glaucon. And he says, what are you talking about, Socrates? Tragedy is like high art. You should it's kind of weird to criticize it. And Socrates says, well, the people in Greek tragedies are often the authors of their own misfortune. And Glaucon says, what do you mean? And he says, well, a wise person wouldn't respond to misfortune in that way. They're kind of making things worse for themselves. And Glaucon says, well, how would a wise person respond to misfortune? And Socrates says, well, he tells himself 4 things. And the first thing he says is what you're referring to, that he can never be sure whether something's good fortune or bad fortune until he's seen how it turns out in the long term. You could lose your job and it seems like a disaster, but maybe then you go on to start a business and it's the best thing that you ever did. I couldn't find a supervisor for my PhD when I was a young guy, but because I couldn't find someone who would supervise Stoicism, it was a niche subject. So I took all my notes for my PhD and I published a book. And then gave me a career as an author, so it turned out to be a good thing, right? So Socrates says the wise person suspends judgment about whether something's good fortune or bad fortune, because he doesn't really know for sure how it's going to pan out in the long term. And the second thing is that he sees grieving excessively about things or freaking out as simply adding another level to suffering. So misfortune's already painful. Like, to worry about it, ruminate about it, doubles the pain unnecessarily. And then the third thing is that the wise person tells himself that nothing is that important in the grand scheme of things. So a single misfortune doesn't entirely define your whole life. It would be blowing it out of proportion in that regard. But like the view from above, if you look at the bigger picture, like one mishap or one misfortune can't like define or tarnish like an entire life. And he says the fourth thing is that a wise person tells himself that grieving excessively or just freaking out prevents him from doing the very thing that's most required in the face of a crisis. And Glaucon says, "What's that, Socrates?" And he says, grieving excessively or freaking out prevents you from being able to think clearly and rationally in solving the problem. Like, so a wise person tells himself, like, if I freak out about this, it's counterproductive, basically. The more serious this problem is, the more it would be important to keep a clear head. And actually, in a crisis, we naturally, that's how you know when you look to somebody as a leader. Like when you think everyone else is running around waving their arms in the air and going woo, woo, woo. And this one guy seems to be really focused. Like, those people are natural leaders, I think, in a sense. So Socrates says a wise person understands these four things. This is a type of cognitive therapy that he's describing. It's buried in Plato's Republic, though. Sometimes, in the ancient world, people knew these things were said, but now we've lost our connection with these ancient texts, and we don't realize they have these relatively simple pieces of self-help psychology in them.
I love the first one being suspend judgment, because it can feel like too much of a stretch to accept the things we perceive to be as horrible transgressions in our life. But suspending our judgment about them just gives us a little bit of space to be able to have a different perspective, zoom out. Could you restate the four just succinctly? What were the four again?
So suspending judgment about whether something's good fortune or bad fortune, because you don't know how it's going to pan out in the long term. Telling yourself that adding additional suffering to your misfortune simply doubles the pain unnecessarily. Telling yourself that nothing is all important, like no individual setback is catastrophic enough to tarnish your entire life. And then fourthly, telling yourself that worrying excessively about it would prevent you from doing the very thing that's most required, which would be to think clearly and problem solve.
Very practical for us all to apply in the modern day.
Yeah, who would have thought in Plato, in Greek philosophy, people used to know this and then it kind of got forgotten.
Especially the zoom out one. I mean, obviously it's become a cliche in terms of gaining perspective in our life. Is it the overview effect when astronauts look back down on Earth, right?
Yeah.
It's like if we could at least in our back pocket maintain a perspective of our both cosmic significance on one hand, but our absolute insignificance on the other, how much that would help us.
Yeah, that ability. So a little anecdote about the Stoics talk a lot about what modern scholars call the view from above. The Stoics had never been in space. Like, they had no idea what the planet Earth looked like, and they didn't know what the solar system was like, but they did cosmology. They drew maps and diagrams. So they actually were able to figuratively contemplate the smallness of human life in the vastness of space and time, right? They don't need a picture taken from space in order to get the basic idea, right? Why would this be so important? Well, there's a lot of things we could say about it, but one that I think is quite helpful is that we know from modern research on stress and emotions that when the amygdala hijacks our thinking and when our fight or flight response is triggered, one of the symptoms of that is that our attention becomes narrowed in scope. So we engage in what's called threat monitoring. It becomes like a laser beam like focused on where we think the potential sign of danger is. Now, that could be useful. If you're an animal and there's a predator on the horizon, you want to forget about everything else and just focus like a laser beam on the predator. And if it starts to move towards you, like, to respond immediately and bolt. But the price we pay for that is it's selective thinking, and we shut out awareness of the context and the environment. So it is useful if you're a small furry animal and there's a predator on the horizon, but it might not be that useful when you're in a board meeting, or you're talking to your bank manager, or you're having a discussion with your kids or something like that.
Or even looking for your keys.
Yeah.
I found that selective awareness of when I'm trying to find something I've lost, narrowly focusing my attention on trying to find it is almost less helpful than sitting for a second and just like not putting so much importance on it and be like, oh, I remember where I put it,
Yeah. Like, there's a bunch of ways in which it might be more useful to maintain the flexibility and expansiveness of your attention. So I think the Stoics trained themselves. So Marcus Aurelius at one point implies that he does this every day. Like, sometimes he'll literally say, picture to yourself every day. So like, he's literally saying this is a contemplative practice that he's doing regularly. So he's picturing the view from above. He's imagining his position in the whole of space and the whole of time, and he's expanding his attention. And in doing that, he's training himself to do the opposite of what happens when the amygdala hijacks our thinking. He's restoring the activity or integration of the prefrontal cortex more fully. I think there's some reason to believe that when our attention gets narrowed in that way, we often lose self-awareness. Part of the price that we pay is if I'm really angry with you and I see you as a threat and all my attention is focused on you, I'll tend to be less aware of what I'm doing. Whereas when I start expanding my attention, it tends to facilitate mindfulness or self-awareness, which then makes it easier for me to evaluate whether what I'm doing is actually helpful or making things worse. So the Stoics are training themselves to restore self-awareness, but to counteract this kind of tunnel vision that we get when we're very emotional about things. Here's a little bit of trivia for you, by the way.
By the way, we need to start your own trivia show.
Yeah, I have a little like ancient philosophy trivia, right? I like the trivia as well. So in the Meditations, Marcus, there's a kind of well-known passage where he says, the mind free from violent passions, and the word he uses is apatheia there, by the way. The mind free from violent passions is like an impenetrable citadel, is a popular translation of it. And for a long time, it kind of bugged me. When something bugs you and you think, I keep meaning to look this up, but I never get round to it. And I thought, what Greek word is being translated as citadel? Like, I was like, I'm kind of curious. Like, is this the word for fort or something? It's kind of an odd... Like, it's quite a specific word, and I just kind of bugged me. And then one day I went back and I checked the original Greek, and I was like, oh, it's literally Acropolis in Greek. And I thought, that's weird, because there's another passage where he's describing the view from above, and he says, imagine that you're looking down on law courts and agoras, and merchants and so on. I thought that is literally the view from the Acropolis in Athens.
What's the Acropolis for people that don't?
Well, the Acropolis literally means high up place. Like, polis is city and acro is like acrobat. It's like high up. So in the ancient world, people would often build towns or settlements around hills, because if someone attacked, they could all retreat up the hill and they'd build a palisade around it, and it was easier to defend, right?
So it would mean like an impenetrable perspective also?
In Athens, there are many acropoli in ancient Greece, but the most famous, by far, even in Marcus Aurelius' time, was the Athenian Acropolis. The Athenian Acropolis evolved into a temple complex. So the main temple is the Parthenon, which is the temple to the goddess Athena. And so the view from the Acropolis, the impenetrable citadel that he's referring to, is the temple of Athena in the middle of Athens that looks down on the agora, which is where all the kind of busyness of life took place, the market and the law courts. It's also probably where Socrates was put on trial, where he was imprisoned, put on trial and executed as well. So all the drama happened down there. So Marcus might be picturing this kind of metaphysical, godlike view, But he may also be literally imagining looking down from the Temple of Athena on the Acropolis at the Agora.
It makes me directly think of, and I just love all the through lines between the different schools of thought. But in the Buddhist tradition, they speak about creating distance between you, your awareness, and your thought and your emotions, especially your judgments and your opinions. There's this analogy of being stuck in traffic and the frustration of being in bumper to bumper, and you don't know if you're going to miss your flight because you're headed to the airport. And there is a certain resistance you hold in that space, and then you actually make your flight. You get to the airport, you make your flight. You take the plane and you look down from a few thousand feet above or 10,000 feet above, back on that same traffic you were once in, and suddenly it doesn't bother you as much. And the fundamental difference is the distance between you and the perceived problem. It seems like there is a correlation there.
Yeah, definitely. And it's kind of like, in some ways, the view from above, I think, is one of the most important practices in Stoicism, because I think it actually sums up potentially a lot. There's a lot in it going on. It creates some distance or separation between the event and your evaluation of it. It places things within a wider context as well. And potentially places things within a wider chronological context too. It arguably forces you to acknowledge the impermanence or transience of things more. And I guess if you do it the way the Stoics described, and you think of your life within like the broader context of the history of the universe, like the vast river of time, then it also forces you to contemplate your own mortality. In a sense, you see, you only have 70 years and 10 or whatever on the earth, and this incident is one moment in it. So putting things within a kind of realistic perspective like that, grasping the transience of things, like, it's powerful and transformative, but there's also, I think, something kind of, archetypal and perennial about it again. It wasn't only the Stoics that did this. In ancient Greece, philosophers from different schools of philosophy did the same thing as well.
For most of our life, we are spent with this subtle anxiety of life not occurring or happening the way we would ideally like it to.
Yeah.
And so much of that suffering occurs obviously in our imagination.
Yeah.
One of the tools I've heard you refer to is deliberately imagining the worst case scenario and rehearsing the worst. So what is that for people that want to maybe give it a go?
Well, the Stoics call it Premeditatio Malorum, which means kind of premeditating or anticipating bad stuff. Premeditating adversity is how I usually gloss it or translate it. It's very common in Stoicism, but actually it probably goes back even earlier, yet again, to like earlier schools of philosophy. It's weirdly similar to things that we do in cognitive behavioral therapy today. So one of the most robust techniques in modern psychotherapy since the 1950s, one of the earliest techniques in behavior therapy involves repeatedly imagining things that trigger anxiety until the anxiety wears off, basically. There's so much research on what we call exposure therapy. Exposure therapy would be facing your fears in reality. Imaginal exposure would be doing it in your imagination, right? The Stoics are kind of talking about both, but this technique is doing it in your imagination. There's a ton of research that shows that this is effective. And we know quite a lot about the mechanisms involved. There are actually multiple ways in which it can benefit you. So one which the Stoics imply sometimes that they understand is that if you are in the presence of something that triggers, say, anxiety, and to some extent this is true of other emotions, it triggers your amygdala, like the fear circuit's activated, there's a surge of adrenaline, but that's not permanent. Like it kind of spikes and then gradually the nervous arousal will usually wear off as long as there isn't anything that keeps re-evoking it. Nothing dangerous happens and you remain in the situation. So psychologists call that emotional habituation. It's the natural wearing off of anxiety over time. The easiest way to think of it is in terms of heart rate. If you take someone with a cat phobia and you put them in a room with cats, their heart rate will almost double within less than 5 seconds, right? But it doesn't stay at that level. Like, if they stay in the room, their heart rate will gradually start to come back down again. And if they do that repeatedly, they'll condition themselves to no longer experience this. If the next day you do the same thing, the heart rate will go up, but not as high as it did before, and it will reduce more quickly. And then the day after and the day after. So exposure therapy has, for animal phobias, has about a 90% success rate within about 3 hours or so. Like, it's very robust as a technique. And the Stoics understand this basic idea, like, to some extent. They talk about the freshness of the initial impression triggering an emotion. So when it's no longer as fresh, they seem to realize that anxiety and other emotions wear off over time. So Premeditatio Malorum means imagining bad things that can happen, kind of until you get bored with them, or until the anxiety starts to wear off. But I think there's also another process going on. When we do, you could also call this mental rehearsal. When you do imaginal exposure or mental rehearsal, it's also an opportunity to practice responding differently to the trigger. So we talked earlier about the 2 phases of emotion. What the Stoics are doing here is replicating the initial phase. They're deliberately evoking the impression and the automatic response that we have to it, and in order to withhold assent, as they put it. So to
withhold assent, meaning the assent, the movement towards the reaction.
Yeah, not agreeing with their evaluation of it. So I might imagine I give a presentation at a conference and everybody laughs at me and like, this is the worst thing I've ever heard. And so...
Or you stumble on your words and you make a mess of yourself, like that imaginal exposure therapy.
Deliberately imagine the worst that could happen, right? So I'm deliberately evoking the trigger or the impression, and I'm allowing myself to feel the proto-passions or the first movements, the kind of initial uncomfortable reaction, like the discomfort that I have in response to it. And then I'm preventing it from escalating, right? Because I'm retaining some self-awareness and detachment, right? So I'm saying, okay, just because I feel as if this is catastrophic doesn't mean that it actually is. This is just an impression. Like, it's not entirely like the thing that it claims to represent, as Epictetus puts it. So just because it seems catastrophic, it doesn't mean that it really is catastrophic. It's maybe not the whole story. And maybe I'll evaluate it differently tomorrow, or if I give myself enough time to get used to it. So this kind of mindfulness, if you like, or psychologists also call this cognitive diffusion, like separating our evaluation or our thoughts from the event. Premeditation is an opportunity to rehearse that kind of detachment. So even though this is uncomfortable, I don't have to buy into it completely. I can see it as a false alarm, basically, and get used to viewing it in that way rather than allowing myself to be swept along by it.
When I've done my own value, analysis and seeing what means most to me, clarity of thought, clarity of mind, seeing reality as it is, or as close as one could possibly even do, is, really high up there. And it seems like a lot of these descriptions on the emotional experience momentarily blind us from seeing and perceiving life as it is. I've heard you refer to anger as a temporary madness. Any thoughts there?
The Stoics say, Seneca calls it that. I think that phrase originally came from Euripides. Euripides is a Greek tragedian who was quite philosophical. There was a rumor that Socrates was friends with him and helped him to write some of his plays. So the Stoics loved to quote him. A lot of the things that the Stoics say cash in terms of modern research on the psychology of the emotions. I kind of feel almost slightly, it makes me cringe a little bit to say, they were ahead of their time. They're way ahead of their time. It's like a cliche, but they were. They were way ahead of their time. They wrote a book on cognitive behavioral psychotherapy 2,250 years ago. That's kind of crazy when you think about it. So when they say emotions are temporary madness, one of the big innovations that the Stoics made, which, I say innovation, but they inherited this from Socrates and maybe from other earlier thinkers. But the Stoics really made this idea their own, that the emotions are cognitive, right? So like Albert Ellis, the founder of cognitive therapy, used to say, somebody would say, I feel depressed or I feel angry. And Ellis used to say to them, sure, but it's not just how you feel, is it? It's also how you think. And we tend to we naturally underestimate the role that belief, thinking, cognition plays in shaping our emotions. And that's crucial because once we realize the role that thinking plays in shaping our emotions, it gives us more leverage. It opens up a whole toolbox of cognitive therapy techniques. So when the Stoics say anger is temporary madness, and they could say the same about anxiety or worry, other dysfunctional emotions, what they're drawing attention to is the fact that it's accompanied by many cognitive distortions. Like we're using the subcortical regions in our brain, and they distort our thinking. So, I mean, one way of understanding this very simply is if you imagine that when the fight or flight response is triggered, your brain, it goes into a kind of emergency mode. It's like, I could die. This is an emergency. I need to do something fast. So you begin to process information in a more simplified way. Like, so we exhibit more black and white, extreme, all or nothing thinking. And so, like fight or flight itself, either a fight this thing or a flee, choose now, right? So if I reduce my options to like 2 and I pick one, I can make a decision much more quickly. But, that often leads to a lot of problems. Like it's not helpful for problem solving, particularly, funnily enough, in relationships or when you're dealing with other human beings. If it's a simple kind of practical decision, like a saber-toothed tiger's attacking me, either I fight it or I run away, pick one now, like rapid decision-making. But dealing with like a problem in a boardroom or a problem in your marriage, it's going to require much more sophisticated and nuanced problem solving, basically. And so the Stoics say, well, when we evoke strong emotions, like like there are reasons perhaps why we want to make decisions sometimes really quickly, but the price we pay for that is precision, accuracy. It clouds our judgment. It's a type of madness that might be helpful in some emergencies, but it's often highly counterproductive to think in black and white or very simplistic terms when we're dealing with most of the problems that we face in daily life.
I believe Epictetus is quoted as only a madman seeks figs in winter.
Yeah.
I'm curious your thoughts on the limits of reason towards emotion, and because they are kind of fundamentally two different forces, and sometimes not being analytical in our emotional process serves us more. So I'm curious your thoughts on that.
I think the distinction we made earlier between these two phases of emotion helps to address that to a large extent. So, funnily enough, the Stoics definitely place a lot of value. The Stoics love reason. There's no question about that. Socrates loves reason. But the Stoics also clearly carve out a niche for these primitive, irrational responses. And they're not in a big battle against them. They think it's not that we're trying to get rid of them or replace them with reason. It's more that reason is what happens next, right? So there's a place for these initial automatic appraisals that we make of threat. They're, in the sense, the Stoics see them as neither good nor bad. They're just natural. Like, it's just what happens. But reason can be useful in deciding whether we act on them, like whether we reevaluate them, what we do next, basically.
One other framework I thought would be useful here, there's just so many that seem very applicable to all of our lives, one of which is De-Romanticizing Desire and the kind of process they have for that. Why would anyone care to learn what that is and the goal of it?
Well, I think the Stoics probably realized that desire is one of the main things that shapes our quality of life and our emotions. And a lot of the things that we desire, perhaps the problem isn't so much in terms of the things that we desire, but the way that we desire them. The Stoics have a concept that's kind of similar to non-attachment, basically. So they think that being overly attached to external things that aren't directly under our control is basically a recipe for emotional disturbance. When you say de-romanticizing desire, are you kind of talking about in relationships specifically, or desire for more generally?
A lot of the frameworks that I think we've been exploring help kind of subvert or undermine the things we think we want, which are directly tied to the suffering because we don't have them. And by breaking it down into its parts, again, to the physics of things, we can see things a bit for more of what they are. So I think in that sense.
Yeah. So the Stoics have this idea called the reserve clause, hupexaresis as in Greek. So it's kind of like in Greek, a technical term. It's tricky to translate. It's usually translated as the reserve clause. And it means that they say to themselves that I will do this or achieve this goal if nothing permits me. So they attach a kind of caveat to their pursuit of external things. Sometimes they say fate willing or God permitting. It's a bit like early Christians used to say, or medieval Christians would say Deo volente at the end of letters. It means they'd write a letter and then they say God willing at the end. It's a bit like saying Inshallah or something like that. So it's a form of non-attachment to the outcome of our actions in a way. It's very similar to a basic principle that underlies cognitive behavioral therapy, especially the earliest form of cognitive behavioral therapy, which is called rational emotive behavior therapy. It was founded by Albert Ellis in the 1950s. And Ellis had read the Stoics, and Stoic thinking kind of permeates his approach to therapy. So Ellis is the kind of guy that had a huge amount of clinical experience. So he didn't do much research, although many of his ideas were subsequently confirmed by researchers in psychotherapy. He had great clinical intuition, I think, and a lot of practical experience. And Ellis firmly believed that most emotional problems can be traced to having to a problem with desire, basically. But more than that, it's desires that become excessive and become transformed into rigid demands, essentially. So Ellis thought it would be natural to say, I strongly desire that other people treat me politely, but it's not entirely under my control whether they do that or not. Sometimes they're probably going to do the opposite. And if that happens, when it happens, it's not the end of the world. I can cope with it. So that'd be like a normal, flexible, adaptive way of having preferences or desires. But as our desires become stronger, they easily cross a kind of threshold into becoming rigid, absolutistic, black and white demands, where we turn that preference into saying something like, people must respect me. They have to. They've got to. They need to. And if they don't, I can't stand it. Like, it's awful. That's a recipe for neurosis, basically, as Ellis saw. And the Stoics say something kind of similar, but in different language, essentially. The Stoics think that when we have an excessive desire, they define unhealthy desires and emotions as being excessive, irrational, and unhealthy. Those are the three characteristics that define them. So they have this idea as well that when we want something too much and we treat it as a rigid demand, sometimes we're bound not to get what we want. And if we're unprepared for that and we treat it as a shock, I can't believe it. People need to be polite to me. This guy wasn't. I can't believe it. That's bound to result in frustration. And then that frustration often escalates into anger or anxiety or depression or whatever. So the solution to that is what Ellis called high frustration tolerance, which is kind of what Stoicism is building in a way. It's the ability to replace rigid demands with what Ellis sometimes calls a rational preference. And the Stoics also describe as a preference. Like, I strongly prefer it if people are polite to me, but they don't have to be. Like, it's not under my control. Like, some shit happens, Sometimes they're going to be, like, obnoxious to me. When Marcus Aurelius says every morning he prepares himself by imagining that he's going to encounter people that are deceptive and rude and dishonest, like, in a way, he's rehearsing this. It's closely intertwined with the Premeditatio Malorum. Like, I prefer it if everyone is wise and virtuous, but I also anticipate the fact that often they're not going to be, and I can handle that.
When it comes to desire for material things, sex, food, power, money, what examples have they given to be able to break things down and to de-romanticize it?
You mean the Stoics think that
like fine wine as fermented grape juice.
Yeah. Marcus Aurelius describes sex as just the exchange of bodily fluids or something like that. It's a phrase he uses. So this is kind of a technique that probably goes back to the pre-Socratic philosophers. Some of the pre-Socratic philosophers they were kind of divided in the sense that some pre-Socratic philosophers were really mystical, like Pythagoras, and some of them were almost the opposite. They were kind of proto-scientists, and they had a very naturalistic worldview, like Anaxagoras, for example. He was the first philosopher to come to Athens, and so he kind of, in a sense, set the agenda for philosophy at Athens. And Anaxagoras liked to describe everything just in terms of physical interactions, like in a very unmystical, like down-to-earth way, to kind of try and get away from superstitious religious thinking. And the Stoics inherit this sort of naturalistic way of explaining things from Anaxagoras. They sometimes call it fantasia cataleptica, or which is hard to translate, but one translation, a rough translation, is objective representation. Some people have called it, or you could say a kind of naturalistic description of events. So Marcus says that the finest Falernian wine, the most expensive Roman wine, is just fermented grape juice. His imperial purple robes as emperor, like the most precious thing. And incidentally, a callback to Zeno, like they're dyed in the purple dye that Phoenicians traded. It's just sheep's wool dyed in shellfish gore, is how he describes it. It's very similar. There's a quote attributed to Napoleon where he says a throne is just a bench covered in velvet. Like a really kind of, what's the expression? Like you said, de-romanticizing, like a really down-to-earth description, matter-of-fact description of things that takes away, I think of it as taking away the kind of, some of the emotive rhetoric that fuels our emotional reaction to things.
And not that we can't enjoy things, but the insatiable desire to fulfill every urge is going to lead us to a lethargic and suffering existence.
Yeah, the Stoics want us they want us to see things for what they really are, right? And not to kind of distort things through the language that we use. And Marcus also says that when a meal is set before you, you should just say, this is just a dead pig. this is just a dead fish and stuff like that. Rather than this is some luxurious, extravagant meal that a chef has prepared.
And it also fuels into the ethical perspective of things too, when we take for granted the modern conveniences and comforts we have today.
Yeah.
And are often, when shopping in a grocery store, completely oblivious to the animal agriculture industry that is causing suffering to millions of animals. I think breaking things and calling things what they are in that sort of objective sense helps us actually examine and subvert our subjective desires and preferences so strongly.
Yeah, the Romans didn't have this kind of concept of animal rights that we have today, but they kind of, like you're saying, they kind of have the seeds of the attitude in a sense, and that Marcus wants us to see things accurately, and he wants us to understand where things came from as well, and how they're going to end up. So seeing the life cycle of objects around us and people around us from a broader perspective. The Stoics are always, in a sense, just striving for a certain type of accuracy in their thinking. So some people would say, well, what's the relationship between philosophy and psychotherapy? Some people think it's odd that these two things would go together at all. But the Stoics believe that there's a particular type of objectivity, precision, and accuracy in our thinking that, when understood from a particular point of view, is inherently therapeutic. They think that violent emotions or unhealthy emotions tend to be associated with a kind of inaccurate or distorted thinking. And cognitive therapy, lends modern support to that view.
Mm-hmm. Another interesting avenue that you mentioned earlier was wisdom versus its appearance.
Yeah.
And you referred to the Sophists, the dialectic and the debate style that would quickly take philosophical inquiry as a means to build one's own egocentricity and moral superiority. And so I'm curious your thoughts on this line between being wise and sounding wise, this line that I walk on this show and people listening, between vainly receiving bountiful information and doing nothing with it in your life.
Well, it's a problem for modern day influencers in a way, right? And in some ways, all of us, if we're writing books and we're doing podcasts, we're kind of overlapping in a sense with what the Sophists did in the ancient world. But all ancient philosophers did that as well. They were Sophism and philosophy weren't completely separable. There was some overlap between them. It's always a hazard if your job is to discuss philosophy or you write books about it, that you could sell out, basically, and kind of sacrifice your values to tell people what they want to hear, basically. Plato's famous dialogue, Plato talks about this a lot, so do other ancient philosophers. Probably his most famous dialogue about it is the Gorgias, which is about the art of persuasion. And the Sophists taught the art of persuasion. So the guys that said they were professional wise men specialized in persuasion skills, rhetoric, and appearing wise, winning arguments. Socrates said that, paradoxically, in another dialogue in the Protagoras, he says that he thinks it's better to lose an argument than to win one, which would be absolutely shocking to the Sophists. He says this to Protagoras, and he kind of actually tricks him into agreeing with him in front of his students, which is kind of funny in a way, because you can see Protagoras is kind of thinking, okay, like, I kind of see why you're saying that, but I'm a bit reluctant to admit that, because my whole career is about avoiding losing arguments. So Socrates says, in a philosophical debate, the person who loses actually gains more because they learn something. So I really, value somebody proving that I'm wrong. And Protagoras is kind of like, yeah. Like, these guys are paying me to teach them how to always win arguments so they look clever, So it shows the clash in values, in a sense, between the Sophists and the philosophers. So Sophists placed a lot more emphasis on using debating skills. So today the internet is rife with often kind of political influencers that do debates, right? But I mean, it's odd if you stop to think about it for a minute. We don't usually think that those type of debates settle questions in science. That would seem odd. Just because somebody is a good debater and good at winning arguments, it doesn't mean that they're actually right about the stuff that they're saying. Often people win arguments by changing the topic, attacking the person that they're speaking to, misdirecting things, like stoking emotions, selective presentation of facts. Like, there's all these tactics that people use in debates that really just, do the opposite of arriving at truth or knowledge or wisdom. They're designed to distort and manipulate our perception of the truth. That was always the case, and, funnily enough, it was to a large extent associated with politics in the ancient world. So in that sense, nothing much has changed. In the modern world today, we have this strange thing. The Sophists, I always thought, were this weird intersection of political oratory. So they trained young politicians and self-improvement. And in a sense, I mean, sometimes people looking back on it think, what did these guys do? They taught oratory, but they were also kind of self-improvement gurus. It seems like a weird combination. At least it seemed weirder to me in the past, but with the rise of the internet and modern day influencers, a lot of self-improvement authors today get involved with politics. And increasingly, there's a kind of blurring of this distinction between those two domains, basically, those two types of discourse, right? So, I mean, maybe I'd like to name examples. Like, there are a lot of the dudes in the manosphere, as it were, like Andrew Tate, like, for example, has political views, but engages in a lot of political rhetoric, but is also kind of offering some self-improvement advice in a sense. Jordan Peterson, like, writes self-help books, but, did a lot of political talking points in his videos and stuff. And that's a strange combination in a way, because usually in order to engage in political rhetoric, you kind of have to manipulate people's emotions. Like, you want to exploit their fear and their anger normally to get them worked up about things. That's traditionally how political oratory works throughout the ages. It's almost the complete opposite of what we do in psychotherapy. So usually when we're doing cognitive therapy, we're like, undoing a lot of the effects of political rhetoric on people, basically. Political rhetoric often, for example, involves blaming other people for stuff. Like, throughout the ages, that's clearly been a recurring feature of it. Whereas in psychotherapy, one of the main things that we do is get people to take more personal responsibility for their lives and their feelings and so on. And Socrates and the Stoics were aware of this antagonism as well. There are ways, Socrates acknowledges and the Stoics realize there are ways that you could use persuasion and rhetoric in the service of philosophy and wisdom, but often, particularly in the hands of politicians and sophists, the two things are somewhat at odds, basically. So Socrates thought we need to be extremely careful about rhetoric and persuasion skills, because it's very easy for people to exploit us and manipulate us by using fairly simple techniques. I think, maybe I mentioned earlier that in the ancient world, their understanding of rhetoric, if anything, was like way more sophisticated than ours today. So the sophists, almost like in the Gorgias, for example, they have this kind of what's the word? Sort of grandiose idea of their own power. Like they're kind of intoxicated. Like they come across as quite intoxicated by the power. They say, if I want someone killed, if I want someone exiled, like persuasion skills allow me to do that. Gorgias says, or one of the characters, it might be one of the other people in that dialogue, says to Socrates, they're talking about using persuasion tactics before the political assembly in Athens to sway votes and things like that. So they say, like, if I wanted a country invaded, I can use persuasion to start a war. Like, if I want, that's how powerful rhetoric is, they're basically saying. So at one point, one of them says, in a debate between a physician who's an expert on health but has no training in rhetoric, and an orator who's trained in rhetoric but knows nothing about medicine, the rhetorician or orator will win every time, is what Gorgias says, which I think in Plato's dialogue, and even today when we read it, it's kind of scary, or an unnerving concept. So Stoics and Socrates were slightly alarmed by the power of rhetoric, and they saw philosophy as a sort of remedy for that. There's a sense in which philosophy is a kind of counter rhetoric or a remedy for the the effects of rhetoric on our emotions.
I'm curious what other through lines you drive to the modern time we find ourselves in, with so much infinite access to information online. In a way, in many traditions, you needed to be initiated for. You needed to spend a lifetime earning your right to gain access to, in some traditions, can just now show up on your Instagram feed, And there's so much good that comes to the access we have, and yet there's this lack of embodiment and integration because of the medium it's shared in.
Yeah. There's a lot that I could say about this, and I think the simplest observation to make, as I mentioned earlier, when I was a young guy, there wasn't as much self-help literature around, and now there's loads. But it seems obvious to say that people, despite consuming far more self-help and self-improvement content than they did a few decades ago, are people helped that much more? Is our rates of depression and anxiety disorders like plummeting as a result of all the self-improvement stuff that people are consuming? Why hasn't it had a bigger impact on our emotional well-being? Like, there's something kind of odd about this. Now, there's lots of really good self-improvement and self-help advice, but I think there are problems with the whole field. Now, there are reasons why people maybe don't get as much benefit from it as they potentially could. And they're not all things that authors and influencers are to blame for. Like, to some extent, there are just aspects of the medium through which we're consuming it. So, what are they? One of them, one very simple observation, explanation for why self-help isn't more helpful, is that in order to improve yourself, you need to kind of understand what your weaknesses are. You need to know thyself, right? You need to know your strengths and weaknesses. But often people invest a lot of time and energy trying to improve aspects of their personality that maybe aren't where their main problem lies. I'll give you an example. It strikes me that a lot of the young guys in the manosphere are quite fixated on self-discipline. Right, I think it's fair to say. But in many cases, they also seem to have issues with anger. And it seems to me that they invest far more effort in developing self-discipline than they do in overcoming their anger. Like, so it may be, and in many cases, those young dudes are frustrated because they have difficulties establishing relationships. And it seems a more obvious explanation for that would be that their anger, in some cases, is preventing them from developing healthy long-term relationships, and they're doing a lot of self-improvement, but it's maybe targeting the wrong problems. So you can go, well, these techniques work. This is good self-help, but I'm maybe addressing the wrong problem with it, perhaps. Normally, the way around that would be that somebody else would tell you what your problems are, right? And we have blind spots for our own weaknesses. In one of Aesop's fables, he says everybody's born with two sacks hanging around their neck. He said there's a big sack that hangs in front of us around our neck that's right under our nose all of the time, and it contains everybody else's flaws, and we can see it wherever we go. And then there's a little sack that hangs behind our neck that we can never see because it's like in the blind spot of a camera, right? And everyone else can see it, but we can't ever get a perspective on it. We can't ever see it. And it contains our own flaws. And Galen mentions this, quotes this in an essay that he wrote, a book he wrote, talking about the need to find a mentor. So he says it's very important in ancient culture, they thought, to find somebody who's more experienced, who's wiser, who can be completely honest with you, and is going to be able to tell you where your weaknesses are. I think it's interesting, by the way, that Marcus Aurelius says when he struggled with his anger, the person that he became angry with most often was Junius Rusticus, like his mentor, because we can guess he was probably provoking him by pinpointing his weaknesses. The Stoics thought it was incredibly important that you need to be able to tolerate people speaking frankly and openly with you and kind of challenging you, basically. They saw that as a sort of prerequisite of self-improvement. So one difficulty with self-help, if it's completely self-directed, if we're not careful, we just avoid addressing our blind spots, and we don't have the kind of external perspective that a mentor or a therapist or a counselor or a parent or a friend might potentially be able to bring. There's another problem, which is that it kind of relates to what we said earlier about the Sophists and them teaching slogans or sayings that people would memorize parrot fashion, and Socrates thinking that real wisdom comes from being able to question things. Socrates, I think, would be an example of somebody who demonstrates exceptional cognitive flexibility, as we call it today, the ability to kind of see things from different perspectives and look beyond our rigid assumptions, basically. His method is like a masterclass in developing cognitive flexibility, which we know is associated with better coping and mental health. Consuming self-help advice from books potentially does the opposite. So people love lists, bullet points, like they want things to be compressed and simplified for them. But what research tends to show is that when people learn a coping strategy in the form of a verbal rule, they often apply it rigidly. And so you could say you could take any saying or any coping strategy and make it maladaptive by using it too rigidly and inflexibly, right? Whether it's some techniques are generally better than others, but all techniques can be used too rigidly in a way that backfires. Maybe they work in some situations, but if you use them in other situations, it could be counterproductive. For example, mindfulness is generally pretty beneficial, but it could be that some people who have health anxiety and are constantly scanning their body for physical symptoms of illness might turn mindfulness just into another form of threat monitoring.
Yep.
Social anxiety potentially involves heightened self-focused attention. Some people who learn mindfulness techniques might turn it into maladaptive self-focused attention, and it potentially makes their social anxiety worse, right? So you could say there's a good way and a bad way of doing any coping strategy or any self-improvement technique. When we learn things in a simplified way from self-help books, without somebody kind of mentoring us, without trial and error learning, the risk is that we use these strategies rigidly and they become maladaptive. What research on stress and coping shows is that the people who have the best resilience exhibit something that researchers call coping flexibility. So they're able to choose selectively from a variety of different coping strategies. And they're also able to take strategies and combine them or adapt them depending on the needs of different circumstances. So I think that's another reason that self-help sometimes isn't as helpful as it could be, because people consume it in a slightly passive way, which can lead to them applying it in an overly simplistic or rigid manner.
It reminds me of Zeno's compromise of theory being only good as insofar as it makes you more virtuous. And this yogic perspective of vidya versus gyan, meaning what does it actually mean to learn or to know something, right?
Yeah.
Because we have an education system that puts information in, asks you to memorize and regurgitate it, and that is what learning is, memorization in a sense. And that's more in line with vidya of like book knowledge or sort of top down. But the gyan or the internal knowing, which could be comparable to religious versus the Gnostic thinking, right?
Yeah.
What is at the origin of the mystical thinkers and the knowing that becomes self-evident once you tap into that understanding of wisdom, right? It doesn't need to be taught to you. It becomes self-evident. It is what it is. And we don't need to beat a dead horse, but it is something to be continually mindful of as, and I tried to, as much as I can, remind myself and on this podcast for being somebody who has a podcast in the self-help space, one might say, where we're exploring a lot of different philosophical avenues. I mean, exploring philosophy for its own sake is fun. It's a hobby of yours that you've turned into a career. It's something that I have an innate calling towards, and I would do with or without getting paid, and I love it. But again, to what end, right? And are we actually applying what we're hearing, or is it becoming just entertainment?
Yeah, the Stoics, and again, there's kind of a debate in ancient philosophy about some philosophers, and maybe Anaxagoras and some of the other pre-Socratics, seem to have had this idea that the goal of life was knowledge understood in a kind of broad sense. So like encyclopedic knowledge of the world. You can see how that'd be an attractive idea.
Yep.
So the goal of life is just to know everything about how the universe works and stuff like that. And Socrates kind of ridicules this because he says, look, some knowledge is kind of useless and a bit of a distraction. Like, you should be asking yourself which knowledge is actually useful. Some knowledge is far more important than others. Like Anaxagoras had a theory that there were people that lived on the moon. And Socrates thought things like that were kind of, why would you go and listen to lectures about that? It doesn't actually help you to become a more virtuous or a wiser or a better person in daily life. You see Marcus Aurelius saying, put aside your books, don't be such a nerd. He's basically telling himself, you're too bookish, you're too much of a bookworm. Like, you should be thinking more about how to actually put this in practice. Seneca says it's more important to read a few books well than to read lots of different books. So, like, to deepen your understanding of how to actually apply things. I think the Stoics believe that knowledge in itself can become a vice unless we're constantly asking ourselves how it helps us to improve our character.
And to meditate upon what you read. What I love about certain more poetic translations of the Tao Te Ching or even meditations is you can take a maxim and you can sit with it, contemplate it, make it your own, like make that understanding visceral in your body as opposed to a theoretical thing that just stores in as a cool party trick.
Yeah, I think that process of kind of really digesting things and making them your own and adapting them is the key, basically.
Yeah.
We have to push ourselves beyond that. I mean, one way is, actually, like Socrates said, a very simple solution to it is discussing things with other people and allowing them to question you and and being allowed to question them as well. So philosophical dialogue is a good way of encouraging that kind of flexibility. So we're not just going around repeating things parrot-like in a rigid way, but we're understanding the limits of certain ideas and maybe the exceptions to them as well.
Without bastardizing it, how would you distill down most succinctly the Socratic method and what it is?
Well, the Socratic method, interestingly, to come back to something we mentioned earlier, Socrates at one point describes it, and perhaps at more than one point describes it as a therapy. He says it's like a medicine. He describes it as similar to a pharmaceutical, a remedy, which raises the question, what does it cure? And Socrates actually tells us what it cures pretty clearly. He says it cures a kind of arrogance or conceit that he calls double ignorance. It's like the Dunning-Kruger effect in a way. Like the Socratic method is like a cure for the Dunning-Kruger phenomenon. He says there's nothing wrong with being ignorant. If I don't know anything about engineering or physics or medicine, as long as I know that I don't know it, then that's okay. And Socrates implies that if you know that you don't know something, that might motivate you to go and learn more about it or to consult an expert or to avoid making important decisions about it without seeking more information. So understanding the limits of your knowledge, like know thyself, knowing your strengths and weaknesses and limitations, is fine. Ignorance itself isn't a problem. But ignorance of your ignorance would be problematic. Like believing, he describes it as believing that you know stuff that you do not in fact know. So the Socratic method, he thinks, is the best cure for that. And it comes in part from perhaps relying too much on formulaic definitions and answers. The Socratic method normally involves asking people to define really important concepts Like Socrates usually picks on the virtues, similar kind of important things. He'll ask people to define justice. He'll ask them to define temperance, wisdom, things like that, basically courage we mentioned earlier. And then he'll usually question them and try and identify exceptions to their definition, and then encourage them to revise their definition. Now, you'd think that would end up with an improved definition. And usually the Socratic method is like you're spiraling closer and closer to a center, but you don't necessarily ever actually arrive at the center. But you feel that you've learned something from the process. So often it ends in apareia, this kind of sense of somewhat like bewilderment.
Puzzlement.
Some people hated that and got really angry about it because Socrates would question experts, and they would often feel that it had harmed their status to be shown not to understand. If you're a politician and you think you know what justice is, but Socrates demonstrates that you're contradicting yourself or that your definition doesn't really fit some examples, you come away from it looking like you don't really understand justice. That could be damaging to your ego, and to your status. But other people found it quite addictive because they really felt that they were gaining some insight from it. There's a simpler way of explaining the Socratic method, actually, and funnily enough, Socrates tells us, there in plain sight. Not in Plato. It's in the dialogues of Xenophon. So he says that Socrates was talking to a young guy called Euthydemus. There's two Euthydemuses. There's one in Plato and a different one in Xenophon. So he's talking to another dude called Euthydemus. And it's a really good example because this guy is like a lot of young dudes today who's obsessed with self-improvement. And Socrates goes to him because his friends have told him that this guy has the biggest collection of books of anyone that they know. And he's been reading the sayings of the wise and memorizing them and learning from them. So he's a great example of a guy that's immersed himself in wisdom literature and self-improvement literature at the time. And Socrates says, well, why are you studying all this stuff? First of all, he says, I think it's the most valuable thing you can do. Great that you're doing that. You take self-improvement so seriously. He says, why are you doing it? And this young guy says, well, I want to be a great statesman. And in order to do that, I need wisdom and I need to understand the nature of justice, so that I can make decisions and advise people in the assembly and stuff. And Socrates says, well, that's highly admirable. He says, could you define justice for me? And Euthydemus says, well, I think it would be easier to define injustice. It's very interesting. People do often find it easier to define the contrary of their values. It's easy. He says we're surrounded by examples of injustice, so it's much easier to point to them. And Socrates says, okay, well, fine, let's start off with this kind of negative definition then. What's injustice like? And he draws two columns. And at the top of one, he writes justice, and at the other, he writes injustice. And Socrates says, okay, so let's look at some examples of injustice. So they agree that lying and stealing would be good examples of something that's unjust. So Euthydemus thinks this is easy. Again, like Socrates often seems like he's asking dumb questions, like naive questions at the beginning. Euthydemus is like, yeah, like lying and stealing are unjust. It's pretty straightforward. And so then the Socratic method proper begins. Socrates says, what if an elected general, the Athenians elected their generals, deceived the enemy in warfare? Would that be unjust? And Euthydemus says, well, come on, Socrates, that's like an exception, right? And Socrates says, okay, yeah, fair enough. What about if they attacked the enemy camp and stole their weapons? It's the thing that often happened in ancient warfare. Euthydemus is like, well, yeah, that's technically stealing and it's not unjust. So yeah, that's like another exception. Socrates says, what if a parent has a child who's sick and the only way that they could get them to take the medicine would be to conceal it in their food because they don't like the taste of it? Euthydemus is like, yeah, that's deception, but it's not unjust. So again, I guess you're right. And then Socrates gives another example that's actually kind of famous in the history of philosophy. It comes up repeatedly, which is he says, what if someone's friend was depressed and suicidal and they said, where have you hidden my sword? or my knife? Like, would it be unjust to lie to them in order to save their life? And Euthydemus is like, okay, Socrates, I get the point. Like, there's a lot of exceptions to this definition. Now, at the end of this, they don't necessarily have a better definition of justice or injustice, but it seems like Euthydemus has learned something. He's deepened his understanding very simply by drawing these two columns. And Socrates kind of says, under what circumstances would, say, lying or stealing be moved from the injustice column into the justice column? Like, and this simple way of kind of conceptualizing things forces Euthydemus to identify exceptions to the definition that he's taken for granted, his assumption about the nature of justice. So now he has a more flexible, he's got more questions, in a sense, about something that he's been taking for granted.
I'm reminded to apply that level of thinking in my own life as much as possible, and what feels like a continual return to sincerity and to not live life through the conclusions of just conclusions in general, that we think we know what something is, because in some fashion, those are like deaths unto themselves. And when you think you know something, the humility of you being wrong, the possibility of you discovering what something, might be more accurate or more true is like drastically thwarted,
Yeah, you sound like Plato. Like he describes the Socratic method in a very similar way. He says that if we're arrogant and conceited and we have double ignorance and we assume that we know something, then it prevents us from being able to learn anything more. Like, it's the end of learning.
Mm-hmm.
Once we assume that I already know what justice is, then we've reached a point of conclusion where we're not ready to learn anything else. So the Socratic method is this almost being like an eternal student.
Yep.
Socrates was like, I'm not a sophist, I'm not an expert, I'm not a teacher. He's casting himself in the role of a student, but a student who has more interesting questions than the lecture being given by the teacher, basically, if you can put up with him, right? So there are inherent benefits to that type of cognitive flexibility. But also in therapy, you could say when people are depressed or anxious or they're very angry about things in a pathological way, their beliefs about the problems that they face are often quite rigid. And so we use Socratic questioning as one of the main techniques in cognitive therapy. So encouraging people to question whether, if they think something's catastrophic, for example, but if I lose my job, that would be awful. Well, are there other ways of viewing it? Is it as awful as you're assuming? How from 0 to 100%, where 100% is the worst form of medieval torture or global thermonuclear war, where on that scale would losing your job be? So are you possibly exaggerating how awful it is? The question I like to ask people, I think maybe a more interesting way of framing it. So people will go, but it is awful. Like it would be a catastrophe if this happened. So you can say to them, for instance, but suppose there are good ways and bad ways of coping with losing your job, right? Do you think some people might cope with things like that worse than others do? And most people will say, well, yeah, obviously, that's a truism, self-evidently. So in that case, what would it look like for somebody to cope with it well or cope with it wisely? So then they'll kind of describe what that would look like. So if somebody coped with it wisely, what would happen next? And then what would happen? And then what would happen? And then looking back on it from that perspective, in retrospect, how catastrophic would it seem to them? Well, however they phrase it, not as catastrophic as it originally did, right? So
This is modeling, right? What you referred to as earlier,
You're finding ways of using questioning just to kind of tease out some more flexibility, to help people to find an alternative way of looking at things. A more direct way of using modeling would be, who do you admire for their resilience? How would people that you admire for their resilience evaluate losing their job. So somebody that you admire for wisdom, temperance, patience, if they lost their job, would they say, this can't happen, it's awful, I can't handle it? Or would they frame it differently than that? And people usually almost like slightly begrudgingly, well, I guess they would like phrase it differently. And if you were to emulate the way that they are framing it, what would be the consequences of that? Well, I'd probably deal with it much better and it wouldn't be as distressing and stuff like that, right? So people are kind of quite attached to their rigid beliefs and their catastrophic thinking. So usually, there's kind of an art to asking the right type of questions that nudge them into a slightly less extreme, slightly less rigid way of looking at things usually.
To me, it feels like a return to sanity.
Yeah.
Whatever that approximates to.
I agree. In many cases, like what emerges at the end of cognitive therapy is, sometimes I say to people, if we got together all of the clients who have genuinely benefited from cognitive behavioral therapy, and we interviewed them and asked them what the big insights were that they achieved that helped them to overcome their problems, and we wrote them all down in a book, I say it would be the most boring book in the world, right? Because I can tell you right now, it would say a lot of stuff like, I just realized it wasn't worth getting angry about stuff anymore. Or I realized that I was kind of exaggerating how catastrophic things were. And you'd read it and think, really? Is that it? So you said it's a return to common sense, right? It sounds kind of banal in a way. It can take a lot of effort to get somebody to realize something which, in a sense, is kind of banal, just viewing things realistically, basically. But that's what the Stoics say. The goal is to get back to a rational, realistic appraisal of things, to get things in... Getting things in perspective isn't sexy. Getting things in perspective when you explain it, that's partly why people need therapy. It's partly why you can't just tell them the answers. Because the answers in some ways sound too obvious. We don't see the wood for the trees a lot of the time.
In Zen, they have the saying that water heats gradually and boils suddenly.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that moment of comprehension, when it lands and you get it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a process to get there. And we all have our own individual processes of what we're moving through. And it's kind of fun to be on a journey, of self-discovery, and that there's more to learn, more to grow. And that perpetual student mindset is an exciting adventure. If you know what everything is, then where does the possibility for learning more arise?
It would be like a kind of death in a way.
Yeah.
To be human is to be fallible and ignorant, and imperfect. To be human is to have anxiety and to have cravings and to have problems. I think people too readily have this desire to kind of eliminate all their weaknesses and eliminate all of the problems. And I don't think there's anything wrong with dealing with those things and moderating them. But the truth is that if we completely got rid of all of our problems and all of our weaknesses, we'd all die of boredom. It's part of human nature to get anxious about things sometimes and, to have habits and cravings to deal with. There's nothing, inherently terrible about that. As long as we kind of manage to keep things within perspective. It's part of what it means to grow and live, as you're saying. It's the journey of life, is identifying our weaknesses, accepting them and learning from them and dealing with them. It's what makes us who we are. And I imagine, if there were such a thing as the gods, like they probably look at human beings and envy us in a sense, because they think there's something noble about being human and being fallible, being perfect. Potentially, I imagine the gods would all be quite bored. And they think occasionally we have to come to Earth and incarnate ourselves as humans so that we can kind of go through this adventure, of being ignorant and temporary madness, infallibility and dealing with that. It's part of the drama of human life.
It's the drama we're here to play.
Yeah.
I read in your recent Substack article of How to Think Like a Roman Emperor, you talked about the double meanings of that title and this idea of kingship. Who rules themselves in our world? Who would you point to? Seneca's line, the greatest empire is to be emperor of oneself. And what are your thoughts on that? Kingship being a state of mind, not a station.
That's how the Stoics and Socratic philosophers in general, I think, had this idea. The famous, it's like a kind of famous trope or like theme in ancient philosophy. The best example would be our buddy Alexander the Great, right? So he's the most powerful man in the world and like this hugely accomplished military figure. But the legend is that he encountered Diogenes the Cynic. Diogenes the Cynic was like the dregs of society in a sense. He was a criminal who had been exiled from his home city and he lived like a beggar, basically. So in Athenian terms, he was like the lowest of the low in a way. And yet he was admired for his strength of character and his wisdom. And the story goes, the famous anecdote is that Alexander the Great wanted to see him and he went to visit him. And he said, is there anything that I can do for you? And Alexander said, yes, can you step aside? You're blocking the sun, which is deeply metaphorical, like, because Alexander claimed to be the incarnation of the sun god. Like, so he was the kind of fake sun and Diogenes wanted to, see the real sun that he was obscuring. And there's another story that as he was walking away, Alexander's retinue thought this was kind of ridiculous and Diogenes was an idiot. But Alexander said, if I wasn't Alexander, I would wish to be Diogenes. I don't know if this is unlikely to be historically true, but it was an appealing anecdote to people in the ancient world. This contrast between somebody who was very powerful, but perhaps had been captured by their own ambition and desires, and somebody for whom that was meaningless and it had nothing but completely transcended it. I mean, obviously Diogenes is a very similar figure in many ways to the gymnosophoi. The way he lived and so on as a kind of aesthetic, a renunciate, kind of similar to Hindu sannyasin or holy man. There's also a story that there's lots of cool anecdotes about Alexander the Great. There's an anecdote that when he was dying, he said, I want you to cut 2 holes in either side of my casket so that when you carry my coffin through the streets, which is what they did in the ancient world, like they parade the body. And he said, I want you to have my arms hanging out either side of the casket so that people can see that I'm leaving the world empty-handed. Like we say today, you can't take it with you, basically. So this idea would be someone like Nero or Alexander, Epictetus would say, is a slave because ironically, paradoxically, they're enslaved by their own ambition. They're enslaved by their own desire. Whereas Diogenes and Socrates, although they have nothing, are completely free and they rule over themselves. So they have, someone has the external appearance or the status of a king, but they're internally a slave. Diogenes externally looks like a slave or a beggar, but internally he's a king.
Mm. It's a powerful inquiry for our own lives, like we're often chasing this mountaintop where we will feel like a king or queen. And I think that we can hear many times of the emptiness people feel when they arrive at what they thought they desperately wanted and was the aim of their life, to then find out that they're still them and there they are. And what does it mean to be the king or queen, so to speak, of your internal landscape? And that's a powerful inquiry. I want to go back to Delphi. We started this podcast there. Who was the Oracle of Delphi? Who was the literal woman? And what does she say about Socrates?
So the Oracle at Delphi was many different women occupied that role over centuries. supposedly they were uneducated peasant girls who lived in the local area, according to, I think Plutarch tells us that. He says there's nothing special about the priestess at Delphi, although it probably changed over time. And there's also a tradition that Pythagoras, one of the earliest pre-Socratic, one of the most mystical philosophers, learned his ethical philosophy from a priestess at Delphi. So one of the cool ideas that I come across sometimes is that women are kind of underrepresented in the ancient world, but if you dig deeply, they're kind of on the periphery in these key roles. Definitely, weirdly, in the story of Socrates, there's quite a few really interesting, really influential women at the periphery of the story, as it were.
I wonder how much they were in the periphery in the actual moment, as opposed to the men who wrote the history.
Yeah, I mean, you could say maybe Plutarch is giving a really distorted version of events, or it could be that by his time, the oracle at Delphi had become unimportant in terms of who she was, but perhaps at an earlier time, she was a very important priestess and highly educated.
Yeah, I risk sounding too woke, but what was her story instead of his story, right?
Yeah. So she sat on a tripod. Like tripods had this kind of spiritual significance in Greek religion. In the temple at Delphi, and there were supposedly fumes that rose up from cracks in the ground that some people believe were intoxicating. And she would go into a kind of trance where she was possessed by the god Apollo. So, they'll say when they go to the oracle, they're consulting Apollo. And the reason that they phrase it like that is because they believe that the god literally possesses her and speaks through her. So they're not really attributing the things she says to the priestess. They think she's channeling the god Apollo. And Apollo's the god of prophecy, and in some ways the god of philosophy by implication. The god of the arts, and philosophy is one of the arts. And she would say weird and cryptic things. So the story about Socrates is that one of Socrates' friends, who was a weird dude, he was known as, his name was Chaerephon.
So many good names.
Yeah, he was like a really cool guy.
Xylophone, Agrippinus.
Yeah. He had a brother called Hierocrates, and the two of them used to fight a lot. And Socrates, in some of the dialogues, Socrates is just straight up doing relationships counseling using the Socratic method. I mean, sometimes if people think it's like a reading between the lines or a bit of a stretch, because sometimes you read Plato and Socrates is doing very abstract philosophy, but in Xenophon's dialogues in particular, sometimes he's literally just helping people resolve their relationship problems. So he helps these two brothers overcome an argument and be reconciled, basically. It's a really clear example of him using his method as a therapy, like straightforward example of a type of cognitive therapy in the ancient world. And so Chaerephon is like a guy who almost sounds like I'm tempted almost to say he sounds like a bit emo or a goth or something. They describe him as being like a bat, and that he was kind of pale and gaunt looking, and he was just generally perceived as a bit of an unusual dude. But he was Socrates' best friend. So we often don't think of him like that, but he had this kind of sidekick or best friend who was also a philosopher, who was kind of like this weird, eccentric figure. And the reason his eccentricity is important is they went on this almost like a pilgrimage. He'd walk for several days to go to Delphi. It's a big deal to consult the oracle. And Chaerephon consulted the oracle and asked it whether anyone was wiser than Socrates, and which is a bizarre question to ask, basically. And the oracle replied that no man is wiser than Socrates. And Socrates claims that he found this kind of disturbing and problematic, and that it, in a sense, instigated his career in philosophy, or at least moved it into, I think he'd already been studying philosophy, but he thinks in Plato's Apology, he suggests that his philosophy career kind of really took off, or it entered a new phase when he got this proclamation from the oracle at Delphi. It's hard to know really what to make of this historically. In Plato's Apology, where he's claiming to describe what happened in court when Socrates was on trial, when Socrates mentions it, the audience freak out and start to get really agitated. So it seems to have been a very controversial thing. And Socrates claims that he thought, well, I don't believe that I'm wise. And I think if I start to think that I'm wise, it's going to make me close-minded and conceited. So the only way that the oracle could be true is if nobody else is wise either. So he claims that inspired him to go around testing whether anybody else was genuinely wise. I'll tell you an interesting bit of trivia in a way. He says he started off questioning very important people. He doesn't really name them, but we can see he's questioning people like Protagoras, who claims that he's the wisest man alive. Protagoras' followers literally called him the wisest man alive. So it seems like he was probably one of the first people. We don't know the chronology exactly, but he was probably one of the first people that Socrates made a beeline for and said, okay, let's test out whether this guy is actually wise or not. And basically by asking him Socratic questions and proving that he contradicted himself or tripped himself up. So Socrates thought, okay, so, if the oracle says that this dude isn't wiser than me, then that's not really such a dramatic thing because, his wisdom is an illusion, like it's just an appearance. And he challenged certain statesmen probably as well. I think this is kind of reading between the lines a bit, but scholars of Plato have noted that it looks like over time, Socrates increasingly begins to do philosophy with young men. And initially, he went to great statesmen, great philosophers, and I think he went to the people who claimed to be wise and found that they weren't wise, and probably discovered that actually the more someone claims to be wise, the more closed-minded they are, and the less useful they are as a partner in dialogue. And so he began, and then I'd like to say, then he went to the youth of Athens, who nobody considered to be wise, right? Because he thought, these guys at least are going to engage in a proper dialogue with me because they've got nothing to lose. They're not pretending to be wise. Nobody thinks of them as wise. So they're flexible and open-minded and more willing to admit when they make mistakes. And so they make much better, more dynamic partners in dialogue. I'll tell you another bit of trivia about Socrates. Socrates, we can see, and he was known for this, went around doing philosophy. So he did philosophy in the marketplace. He went to his friends' houses. We're told he just bumped into people in the street and got into philosophical dialogues with them. He did philosophy with the rich, the poor, Athenians, foreigners, slaves, and perhaps most controversially of all, he did philosophy with women. So in one of Xenophon's dialogues, he's speaking to a famous courtesan, a prostitute, doing philosophy with her, which might not seem like a big deal, but to Athenians, that would have been kind of shocking. Now, one of his favourite arguments is whether or not virtue can be taught. And this was perhaps the most subversive thing that he discussed. The fact that he's doing philosophy with women and slaves and poor people suggests that he thinks virtue is learnable. Otherwise, what would be the point? Speaking to people that Athenian society didn't consider to be wise or virtuous, right? Now, this was controversial because, very simply, Greek culture assumed that aristocrats were virtuous. So
At birth.
Yeah, like they literally just describe it as noble birth.
Yeah.
Like, so the best people in society are wealthy aristocrats. Like, and of course, there's a social hierarchy, and everybody else is inferior. Slaves are inferior. Foreigners and barbarians are inferior to Athenians, and women are inferior to men. And they have this kind of rigid hierarchical view of society. And they think it's genetic. Like, they think you're like literally just born with courage and wisdom and virtue and stuff. And maybe training can help to bring that out. But the idea that poor people, women and foreigners could learn virtue would upset the social hierarchy. So the very fact that Socrates was talking about that and questioning it helps to explain why they executed him. Because what he was doing was much more radical than it seems at first. It was more egalitarian, and it rocked the social order. Sometimes people think it's they kind of struggle with the idea that Socrates was executed. I think one of the biggest puzzles about Socrates is why they didn't kill him sooner.
He was 71.
He was 71.
Yeah.
They waited until he was nearly dying of old age anyway.
And then accused of what?
Impiety and corrupting the youth. Basically. These are kind of like standard charges in Athenian society. So, yeah, they accused him of corrupting the youth is like a key part of it. And turning them against their parents, subverting the social order.
And not to divert you too much, but then how did he respond as opposed to denying the accusations? How did he, in his trial, show up?
Well, in Plato's Apology, he responds very unapologetically. So there's many things. I mean, I think Plato's Apology is a masterpiece. So, it's difficult to know where to begin. And so I think everyone should read it, right? It's one of the few texts that I would just categorically recommend that everyone should just go out and read. But a lot of things happen in it. So one of them is that Socrates basically just does philosophy in the courtroom. He just uses... So he's on trial for doing the Socratic method. They're basically putting him on trial for doing the Socratic method. And he does it in the courtroom. He does the thing that he's on trial for in the courtroom, basically. And the jury vote and find him guilty by a narrow margin. And then the way that the Athenian court worked was they would vote on your guilt and then they vote on the penalty. So more people voted for the death penalty than found him guilty, which is so some of the dudes that found him innocent changed their mind at the last minute and voted that he should be executed, in the space of a few minutes at the end. So his response to the guilty verdict just upset the jury even more. There were 300 people in the jury, by the way. It's like a big group of people voting. And it kind of like a mob. They were quite unruly. And so I think 3 times in the apology, they have to be told to calm down.
Are there any modern cinema representations of that moment that you know of?
Not that I'm sure there might be some, maybe in other languages. There's a play starring Christopher Walken as Socrates' son, Lamprecles, called Barefoot in Athens from the 60s. It's like a TV show. It doesn't show his trial, though, I don't think, but it kind of depicts his life pretty well. So yeah, essentially that's what goes on in the trial. But lots of other things happen. He talks about his attitude toward death. He talks about his military service. He doesn't forward really complete arguments in the apology, but he drops in these little kind of seeds or fragments of philosophical arguments. It's very intriguing, but it's, again, sort of tantalizing and inconclusive. You take away bits of ideas and fragments of arguments from it.
And you would say that the way that he handled his death and showed up in the courtroom probably largely impacted his influence and recognizability as a historical figure? Yeah,
I mean, beyond question. Socrates' death, mainly through... Xenophon also wrote an apology that survives today, and there may have been other accounts of his trial and death as well in the ancient world. There were lots of other Socratic dialogues by other authors that don't survive today. But yeah, I mean, it was in a sense, the most famous moment in the history of Western intellectual life. It was a seismic event in Greek culture, and all philosophers pretty much knew the Apology by heart. The Stoics are very familiar with it. They often refer to it. And to them, it's just like a base core text that they absolutely take for granted. For many centuries, it's almost like it's not like really a philosophical dialogue so much as what would you say, like a sort of like a call to action or something like that. It's an inspirational, motivational text that's meant to kind of really inspire people to admire philosophers and want to embrace it as a way of life. Some people read it and they just think Socrates comes across like a jerk and like really annoying. But in the ancient world, people thought he came across as heroic and inspirational.
So Socrates made a claim that sounds insane on the surface, which is that injustice harms the perpetrator more than the victim. I want you to defend it.
To defend that claim. This is a notorious claim that he makes that the Stoics agree with. So he thinks Socrates believes that the most important thing to us in life is our own character, and that determines the benefit that we gain from wealth, reputation, life, everything. Like if we have a bad character, then our life will be bad. If we have a good character, then our life will go well. And so he thinks that injustice harms the character of the person that's inflicting it on someone else. They degrade themselves. It's a form of ignorance. It's the opposite of wisdom. And so really they're harming their own soul by doing that. And the most that it can do to another person would be to deprive them of property or to deprive them of status or to deprive them of their life. But even taking away their life can't damage the other person's character. So if they endure injustice nobly, then they potentially die a hero or die with dignity or nobility.
Jesus on the cross.
Yeah. So, they win. There's a famous saying attributed to Socrates that he doesn't actually say in the Apology. So it may come from another text, or it may be kind of paraphrasing Plato. It's the final closing sentence of the handbook of Epictetus. And also it's a saying that one of the Roman Stoics was known for going around and repeating, but Epictetus quotes it as the final remark in the handbook, and it has Socrates saying, Anytus and Meletus, the two guys who brought the charges against him, he says they can kill me, but they cannot harm me, which is a crazy, radical thing to say. Weirdly, it sounds like Obi-Wan Kenobi. And I don't know if you remember in Star Wars, he says to Darth Vader, you can kill me, but you'll just make me more powerful or something like that, right? So it's weirdly reminiscent of this thing in Star Wars. He says, you can kill me, but you cannot harm me. And he means like, even if you do the most extreme thing to me, deprive me of my reputation, my wealth, and actually end my life, you can't actually harm my character, which is the thing that defines my worth as a human being, ultimately.
Yeah, there's so many through lines through Star Wars and the Force and the cultivation of virtue versus sin. And this podcast is so fun for me because there are for me, 5 different avenues at any point to walk down. And this has already probably been the longest podcast I've ever done.
Right.
But so joyfully, there's still a few last questions that I want to ask, but I'm so grateful for your life's work and what you've been able to study. So
I feel very lucky to have, been able to spend my life doing my hobby, basically, and kind of writing books about it. And, I look back and like a lot of people, I think it was a few lucky breaks along the way allowed me, to end up spending my life. I dropped out of school when I was a kid. And when I was a teenager, I thought my life was going absolutely nowhere. And But I fell in love with philosophy and I was committed to it, and I kind of stuck it out, even though I wasn't sure where it was going to lead me. And now, looking back on it, I think, I it's allowed me it's benefited me enormously personally to be able to read the Apology of Plato and read the Stoics. And it's also given me an opportunity to do something that really seems to benefit other people through therapy and coaching, like personally, and through doing podcasts and things like that, and also through writing books that reach hundreds of thousands of people. So I have Marcus Aurelius and Socrates and these ancient philosophers to thank for that. It's like an enormous gift. And I said to you earlier, it's like I'm doing my hobby for a living. So I love nothing more than these kind of conversations.
Yeah. Likewise, I live for it. I would be remiss to not ask about the Eleusinian mysteries, and it is rumored, to what degree we have historical data to back it up, that Marcus Aurelius potentially made a trip to Greece towards the end of his life to explore.
I think we were pretty safe in saying that he did that.
Great.
Right? Because when you're reading Roman history, one of the distinctions that you probably want to make is stuff that happens in private. So there's like a rumor that such and such happened, and you think, if you're reviewing history critically, you think, well, who saw this? This is clearly hearsay, right? But things that happened very publicly are usually more likely to be accurate. We have several references to the fact that he went to Athens towards the end of his life. So actually the weird thing about that is Marcus Aurelius absolutely loved Greek culture and philosophy, but as far as we know, he didn't get a chance to go to Greece and go to Athens until quite late on in his life, because he was too busy fighting various wars and things like that. And so he was initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries. The temple at Eleusis, or modern-day Eleusina, is like half an hour drive outside of Athens. The temple complex, the ruins of it are still there today. A tribe had looted it and sacked the temple during Marcus's lifetime, and he made a vow that he was going to go there and be initiated and restore the temple. There's a bust we believe is Marcus Aurelius, which is still there today. So it looks like he had the gate to the temple restored, and his bust was placed above the entrance, with what looked like poppy flowers around it, which are symbols of the Eleusinian mysteries. So it was, sometimes people call it the religion with no name. It was a cult, a mystery religion. Clues in the name. It was mysterious. It was a secret.
Is that what Eleusinian means?
Oh, the mystery means it was kept secret.
Yeah. What is the Eleusinian refers to the people?
It's just the name of the town. And it was based around the myth of Demeter and Persephone, and it's an agricultural myth. It was an initiation that people went through. People from all over the Greek world would travel there. I mean, it's hard to imagine today, but these ceremonies at Delphi and Eleusis were like kind of like the Woodstock Festival. Like, they were crazy. I think what some of our ancient sources kind of describe it as very chaotic and people running around like crazy, and music and incense and like lots of foreigners, which like would have been kind of a very unusual atmosphere. So there's a lot of stuff going on: music, dance, religious ceremonies. A bit crazy experience for people that lived in the ancient world. It's not often they'd get the opportunity to kind of experience something like that. And so people would be initiated. We don't know exactly what happened. You could be severely punished for disclosing what happened. I think you could get the death sentence in Athens for disclosing what happened in the Eleusinian mysteries, which sounds kind of weirdly extreme. But I think one reason for it is that perhaps there was so much economic interest and political interest in it, that the Eleusinian mysteries gave the Athenians some power and an influx of wealth. So disclosing those secrets would potentially allow people to replicate the ceremony in other places, and that would materially affect the state. So it was a state secret. And so we don't know exactly what went on, but people probably saw dramatic reenactments of the myths. They went through initiation rituals.
Psychedelic?
They probably took, I think it's safe to say now, there's reasonable evidence that they took some ergot, like a fungus that has hallucinogenic properties.
Shrooms?
Yeah, I don't know about mushroom. I think it's probably more likely to be ergot.
So ergot is what?
It's a fungus that grows on barley, for example, and I think some other plants.
So a type of fungi.
Yeah, but I think it's partly, so LSD is a synthetic chemical, but I think the chemical formula for LSD, if I remember rightly, is partially derived from ergot.
Any other ones that we can speculate on, like acacia or
other drugs that they say? I think it's mainly ergot that we believe that they took. They took this potion called the kukion, which means like cocktail or mixture in Greek.
It's a peculiar name.
Yeah.
The cookies. The hippies taking the kukion.
Like the hash cookies or something like that. And I think we're told in some sources that it was barley water, which is, they use barley to brew beer. So it's probably fermented barley that has this fungus on it. But it would probably have to be carefully prepared. We have all these little ceramic, small, like a little jug that the Greeks used to put medicine in, or like a little thing for putting a potion in, basically. So that kind of strongly implies that they were drinking some small quantity of a substance. And there's some chemical evidence from, I think, a temple in Sicily that replicated the Eleusinian mysteries that found traces of ergot in some of the ceramics, and also I think in a skull that was found in the temple, in the teeth, there were traces of ergot. So anyway, it's long been speculated that there were drugs involved in the Eleusinian mysteries. Whatever happened, it was a big deal. Cicero says that the Eleusinian mysteries were the greatest contribution that the Greeks made to culture, which is a big claim. You know, that's like saying the Eleusinian mysteries were more important than Plato, like more important than philosophy, more important than Greek tragedy. It's a remarkable thing to say. But certainly people thought it was really, really important. So what did it consist in? I mean, I think it looks like it involved some kind of ritual where people believed that they glimpsed the afterlife, right?
More of a mystical tradition.
Yeah, it seems like it was about an initiation that allowed you to catch a glimpse of the afterlife, and that transformed your attitude towards life.
Which maybe would make sense why Marcus would be interested in exploring towards the end of his life.
Well, it's a pity he didn't do it before he wrote the Meditations. So funnily enough, maybe he even changed his mind about the stuff he wrote in the Meditations after going to Eleusis and taking ergot, for all we know. We don't have anything that he wrote after that. But maybe it can, I mean, there's some, again, we know very little about the Eleusinian mysteries. It's very secretive. But there's obviously some kind of parallels, or what's the expression, like some kind of harmony between Stoicism and the Eleusinian mysteries. So Marcus talks, for example, he often uses language that sounds Eleusinian. He'll talk quite a lot about ears of corn and figs ripening and stuff. And these are, because it's a kind of agricultural cult, we know that these were symbols in the Eleusinian mystery. So part of it, almost certainly, was the idea that crops are seasonal and they go through cycles of birth and decay. And probably part of the Eleusinian mysteries was encouraging people to see life and death as natural phenomena and to view them as part of the part of the cycle of nature, basically. So probably coming to terms with our own mortality by seeing it as part of a natural process, like plants in the seasons, and also this initiation into a glimpse of the afterlife. And definitely in Stoicism, we don't have the belief in the afterlife in Stoicism, but we have the other part, which is viewing life and death as natural. Like the Stoics repeat this a lot because they think that emphasizing how natural and inevitable death is takes away some of the sting from it.
To learn how to die, according to the Stoics, is to unlearn how to be a slave.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That's one of the more dramatic sayings. It's Seneca who says that. He means that coming to terms with your own mortality can liberate you from excessive attachment to things that are outside your direct control. So, for example, when people have a brush with death or when they're bereaved, it might make them question their priorities in life, go through this epistrophe, a U-turn, where they begin to question whether wealth and reputation are really as important as they thought they were. And that's freedom for the Stoics. When we realize that what the things that appear to be important might not actually be important in reality, it's liberating. And we snap out of the trance. We awaken, basically.
Quote from your book.
Okay.
I find myself marveling once more at the soul's capacity to rid itself of myriad unnecessary troubles in this way, enlarging itself, embracing the whole universe, and reflecting on the finitude and transience of all individual things, the brevity of our entire life and the lives of others when compared to the eternity of time. Beautifully written. Shares that perspective on the view from above that we talked about earlier. How do you think about your finitude of life and death?
Well, I think about it more as I get older, that's for sure. I think when I was a young guy, I thought about my own mortality. I had a couple of brushes with death when I was a young guy. I think on 2 or 3 occasions I thought I was going to drown as a kid growing up by the coast. And when I lost my father, it made me think about my own mortality. So I think in my teens, I began to think about the bigger picture, the view from above, my own finitude. And as time goes on, it's something that I increasingly think about as I get a bit older. And some of my friends pass away over time, family members pass away. I think increasingly as time goes on, you have more opportunity to reflect on your own mortality. So I've always found it liberating. Death doesn't really scare me as much as it. I mean, when I was a young guy, I would lie awake at night, worrying about it. I had death anxiety. It was something that really troubled me, and partly perhaps through Stoicism, partly just through getting used to thinking about it over time. That changed dramatically. Really quite a long time ago, but increasingly as time goes on, I view death as natural, inevitable. I don't really worry about it as much. And I think that allows me to see life from a different perspective. There's some evidence that death anxiety is correlated with clinical depression and generalized anxiety disorder, and that when people work on their death anxiety and become more reconciled to their own mortality, it seems to reduce general distress. And it also can contribute to a greater sense of purpose in life. And that's definitely what I experience personally.
If you do, what hope do you have that your life and your teachings and writings impart on people long after you're passed?
What hope do I have? It's not something that I feel strongly about, to be honest. I think it's great if people benefit from Stoicism. I don't particularly feel that it needs to be through my writings. If someone just burned all of my books, but people continued to read the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius and benefit from Stoicism, that would I'd be perfectly happy with that. So I think when you're writing a book, you really put everything into it, but I don't feel that all that attached to it strangely. I mean, it's an odd thing. You quoted something from one of my books, and I kind of recognize it, but I think I haven't read that for 7 years. So I'm like sort of forgotten some of the things that I wrote in that book. I mean, I get the general idea of it, but in a sense, it's something that I've already forgotten about some of the books that I've written. So I don't feel like it's a legacy that I'm kind of attached to, but I do think it's good that people benefit from Stoicism. But at the same time, also accept that that's not something that's really directly under my control. It's quite a puzzling thing in a way. It could easily have gone the other way. I was into Stoicism before it was cool. Again, it makes me cringe when I say that, but when I first got into Stoicism, it wasn't trendy at all. It was like a niche subject that hardly anybody was interested in except a handful of academics. And it really surprised me when it became popular. But, in a parallel universe, maybe Gladiator didn't come out and maybe Ryan Holiday didn't write books about it, and perhaps Stoicism would never have gone through a resurgence. It's a fluke in a sense that it did. I mean, it's good that it did, and there were reasons why it happened, but I view it as just a weird thing that's outside of my control that happened in the culture, and I appreciate it. But it could as easily just stop tomorrow. I've often wondered, are people going to lose interest in Stoicism, a year from now or 2 years from now? So far, it's continued to kind of grow in popularity, which is good. But keep an open mind about how long that's going to continue for. And actually, like we were kind of saying earlier, the Stoics believed that they were teaching a sort of universal wisdom. So it makes no difference to me whether people get those ideas from Buddhism or Taoism or from reading poetry, or if they get it from the Stoics. I think it's great if they benefit from the idea. It doesn't really matter to me where they get it from, though.
To me, it's refreshing that if you truly find a tradition or lineage or school of thought and logic that resonates to you most, and you really go to it at its depth and apply reason, that you'll come to similar truths across the board. And that sense, the pressure's sort of off.
Yes.
Yeah. What Marcus said that he wanted his soul to be naked and simple. What do you think that would mean to live that transparently in your life?
It's an interesting... Actually, here's a bit of trivia about that. There's a passage where Marcus says that you should live as if you weren't concealed by curtains, I think is the expression that he uses at one point. And there's a kind of slightly dark aspect to that, because I think I mentioned earlier that when he was about 15, when he was a young guy, he was taken into the villa of Hadrian. And Hadrian was kind of quite sinister at that point. Hadrian had spies everywhere. And Roman aristocrats were under constant kind of suspicion. Hadrian had vendettas, I think, against at least 2 of Marcus's family members. And so when he was a kid and he was 15 years old, everywhere he went in that villa, the servants, slaves, the people around him would have been constantly watching him and reporting back everything he said and did to Hadrian. So he had to, at that point, live as if he didn't have any secrets and he couldn't hide behind any curtains or walls, because in a sense he literally couldn't. He was constantly being spied on. So I think he thought, in a sense, the only way I can deal with this is by being really mindful and self-aware, and never doing anything or saying anything that I'm ashamed of. In a way, it was perhaps at that point in his life a way of coping with being under constant surveillance. But later in life, it becomes part of his philosophy and it becomes a spiritual practice. What does it mean? I think it's, Stoicism sets a very high standard. It's good because Stoicism has this very high bar, but as we talked about earlier, it combines that with accepting our own fallibility. And so it's kind of a forgiving philosophy, but simultaneously being quite aspirational or idealistic. Marcus is constantly going on about his own flaws and weaknesses in the Meditations, but he aspires to this high goal of being able to live as if he's got nothing to conceal from other people. It's a remarkable thing for someone in his position to say, because Roman emperors normally have lots of secrets. Right.
Yeah. We talked a lot about death in this conversation, not just literal physical death, but also death of the ideas we cling to and of our identity. What did the Stoics teach about love?
It's an interesting question. Now, love is important to Stoicism. We don't have a very clear account of the position on it, but we've got various fragments and bits and pieces where we can kind of reconstruct the position from it. They have this doctrine of philostorgia in Greek, which is tricky to translate into English. It's translated usually as natural affection. So the Stoics thought it's natural for human beings to have affection for people that are close to them, to want to protect their children, to want to protect their loved ones. They thought this is kind of bakes into human nature. I guess it's almost a little bit like a quasi-evolutionary theory. They thought, well, if humans didn't naturally want to protect their spouse and their children, then we wouldn't survive as a species. So it's something that's innate to us. But they thought that as we evolve, they had this idea that we are born with certain instincts, but as our intellect develops, as we get older, we develop from children into adults, it changes our values. And we begin to appreciate other people at a different level. So we have a kind of instinctive affection for other people, or certain other people initially. But over time, the Stoics seem to think that that should evolve in a way that's filtered through reason and wisdom. So we begin to want other people to flourish. We want Eudaimonia for other people. We want them to experience wisdom. We want them to experience virtue. So we want them to flourish. But they have to reconcile that with the basic principle that other people's behavior isn't directly under their control. So they pursue it they have to pursue it with what we called earlier the reserve clause, which would be, I strongly prefer it that you flourish and gain wisdom, but I accept that it's not directly under my control. So the Stoics would say they do the best that they can to benefit other people, while being prepared to accept that the other people might not learn. So Marcus, for example, would have to accept that he got the best tutors and tried to set the best example that he could for Commodus, his son, but be prepared for the fact that Commodus might nevertheless turn into a corrupt and vicious individual as he did. There are many examples that this was a kind of cliche in the ancient world. Like the Greeks loved to draw attention to the fact that great men often had idiotic kids. Basically, it's very crudely. Like Socrates goes on about this, and then people say it about Socrates as well. They say Socrates' kids were like really unimpressive and unaccomplished individuals, even though we idolize him as a great philosopher. So they thought this was like I think they got to the point where most philosophers in the ancient world thought this is kind of a cliche. It's a sort of trope that great philosophers and great parents and wise and just individuals aren't necessarily always able to pass that on to their children. They can help. It's like the saying you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. You can set a good example and you can provide an education for other people, but you can't guarantee that they're necessarily going to benefit from it.
To close out, I have some rapid fire questions that I will personally resist the urge to ask deeper context around and would try to limit you to one sentence to one paragraph for each question.
I like doing that. I'll have a go.
Let's do it.
I accept the challenge.
The challenge begins.
All right.
If you could transport back to one moment in history, which would it be?
Oh, the Oracle at Delphi, because we know so little about that. It's quite intriguing. I'd love to go back and see what actually happened at that point when the oracle said, "No man is wiser than Socrates."
Why did the philosophers insist on plain, unextravagant clothing?
It became a symbol of being a philosopher, but it was also a form of renunciation and a way of embracing a lifestyle where they rejected ostentation and material status and flamboyance and things like that. So it's a form of non-attachment, I guess.
Similarly, and I try to increasingly disabuse the extravagant articulation, which is fun for me sometimes, but there seems to be this return to simple language and speaking plainly. What is the importance of that from the Stoic perspective when communicating effectively?
They thought that by communicating simply and clearly, we could help avoid using language in a way that amplifies and distorts our emotions. They thought it was therapeutic, basically, to be more concise and more objective in their speech.
You say studying the traits we admire in others is a starting point for cultivating them. What traits are you working on right now personally?
I think the things that I'm most interested in learning from other people are qualities like patience and empathy, probably, are things that I'm particularly interested in at the moment.
If you could have dinner with any Stoic and it wasn't Socrates or Marcus, who would it be?
That's a tricky one. I mean, I guess the obvious answer would be Epictetus, because he's like somebody that I find, even like Marcus looked up to him, and he's like an iconic Stoic figure. So yeah, definitely Epictetus.
One thing you would wish people would stop quoting Epictetus on?
Nothing. I mean, the one where he says it's not things that upset us, but that's quoted to death in books. And I would say I wish they would quote other stuff from Epictetus and not just that one quote, definitely. But I don't want them to stop quoting that. I just want them to quote other things as well.
Alfred Korzybski.
Oh, wow.
2 sentences, why should anyone care?
Oh, that's an impossible question. Like, Korzybski's general semantics is notoriously tricky to explain. So it's kind of...
You get 2 paragraphs.
All right, I'll do it. I'll have a go at doing this in like 2 sentences. It's a major precursor of cognitive behavioral therapy that's as philosophically important to CBT as Stoicism is, arguably. And it's about changing the way that we use language in general, so the potential benefits of it are kind of more pervasive and generic than CBT. So it lends itself towards very general self-improvement and resilience building. And so that the breadth of it is particularly useful. And also there aren't really other approaches to self-improvement that kind of cover the same ground. It's sort of unique in some regards.
What virtue do you think the modern man and woman could use most in cultivating?
Well, in a way, the answer would just be wisdom, because the Stoics think wisdom is kind of integral to all the other virtues. However, I think that another virtue that's very important that people don't talk a lot about is magnanimity. And Seneca thinks magnanimity is the main virtue, or one of the main virtues that counteracts anger. I think anger is particularly problematic for modern society, and this kind of forgotten virtue of magnanimity, of going beyond anger and being able to see things more objectively. It means literally having a big soul, rather than kind of focusing narrowly on small things, is something that's lacking from society, and many people would benefit from. We don't have magnanimity in our politicians, for example. They could definitely benefit from it.
Okay. I'm going to put you through the torturous endeavor of trying to summarize your favorite quote or ethos of a philosopher that I'm going to name, and you say your favorite or maybe most personally impactful lesson that comes to mind from them.
Okay.
Pythagoras.
The first thing that comes to my mind about Pythagoras is the idea that we should postpone responding to things that provoke our anger until our feelings have naturally abated. So I think that was an integral technique in Pythagoreanism, and I think it's still very relevant today.
Heraclitus.
Heraclitus says that the way up and the way down are the same. His teachings are hard to explain because they're very paradoxical and obscure, but I think this is a really cool idea. If we understand how we can make ourselves more anxious or how we make ourselves more angry, then we potentially understand how to do the opposite and deconstruct unhealthy feelings. So the way up and the way down are the same is a very profound saying, I believe.
Zeno.
Zeno is the whole of Stoicism. So I think arguably one of his big innovations was the distinction between two different types of value. So the value that we place on external things, he calls it selective value. So the idea that you could say that something has utility or that you'd prefer to have it, but that's different from the value that you invest in something when you become very emotional about it. So separating kind of practical value and the sort of evaluations that cause strong emotions is a major insight, I think, that Zeno had.
Socrates.
Socrates is, again, so much stuff. I think the Socratic method really is the main thing. And the idea that it's a remedy for kind of intellectual conceit and that it's a process that helps us to develop understanding without necessarily arriving at a clear conclusion.
Diogenes.
I think one of the main things that I would take from Diogenes is the idea of voluntary hardship and building up. The Cynics had this idea that by accepting pain or discomfort, we can kind of remove some of the sting from it, like grasping a nettle. They have various metaphors to describe this, but it's very relevant to modern therapy. That if we face our fears and we voluntarily endure stress and discomfort, we can potentially kind of adapt or acclimatize to it rather than always trying to run away from it and suppress it.
Epicurus.
Oh, Epicurus is a tricky one because he's kind of a big rival of the Stoics. So the philosophies are usually seen as being kind of at odds in some ways. But Epicurus did say a lot of really cool things. Seneca borrows quite a lot from him. So one of the things that I like about Epicurus is that he says, and that Marcus Aurelius quotes several times, is that pain is either, what is it? He says it's either acute it's either intense and short-lived, or it's long-lived and bearable. So, like, the most intense pain that we experience is usually the briefest pain. And that that's a curious way of kind of reframing the experience. You can either tell yourself, this is really bad, but it won't last long, or you can tell yourself, okay, this lasts a long time, but it's not as severe as acute pain. So there's always an angle that you can adopt that allows you to reframe it one way or the other.
Chrysippus.
I mean, inventing cognitive behavioral therapy, basically. The Chrysippus says that there are two types of belief that cause emotions, and one of them is an evaluation of how bad something is, and the other one is a extreme belief about how we should respond to it. And this is really similar to a very influential modern theory of stress and emotion. So I think that was incredibly insightful and way ahead of its time. So this idea that when we're angry or when we're anxious, we kind of have a threat appraisal and then also a strong belief about how we should cope.
Okay, a couple more. Seneca.
Let me think. I mean, one of the main things that I would take away, there's like loads and loads of things from all of these philosophers, but Seneca has this idea that he is one of our main sources for Premeditatio Malorum. So the idea that we should practice all of the misfortunes that commonly befall people and prepare ourselves to cope in advance with them. It's like a really profound idea. Like, it's a resilience building strategy. I don't say all that much about that philosophically, but I think it's a major theme in his writings and very important.
Epictetus.
I think one of the most interesting things that Epictetus says is that passage where he tells his students that when they have a troubling impression, they should speak to it and say, you're just an impression and not entirely the thing that you claim to represent. That's weirdly similar to one of the central principles of Korzybski's general semantics. And it's really interesting for several reasons from the point of view of modern psychotherapy. So it's like a passing remark that he makes, but it's very powerful and very interesting.
Marcus Aurelius.
The main things that I would take from Marcus Aurelius, again, there's like so many things. I mean, probably one of the most famous sayings that he has is stop arguing about what it means to be a good man and just be one. So that's not a profound philosophical argument, but I think it's a very powerful piece of philosophical rhetoric.
You've spent 30 years studying ancient philosophy and modern psychology. You've spent decades applying that through practice and coaching and behavioral therapy, raising a daughter, losing a father, and friends. If you had one last message to deliver in 60 seconds, no small question, what would you leave people with?
Again, there's so many ways that I could potentially answer that, but the first thing that comes to my mind, funnily enough, I change my mind a little bit as I get older, but as time goes on, it sounds odd to say this, and I'm drawing on Stoicism, modern psychotherapy research, and saying this. The main thing I would say to people is I think most people massively underestimate their own ability to cope with stress and misfortune. Very simply. I think people underestimate their coping ability. And just realizing that and thinking about it, it's one of the most important things that they can do to help themselves.
We recently launched an online community, the Know Thyself Collective. The goal is to facilitate individual awakening towards the collective transformation of a more beautiful world. And we have people from our community send in questions. And so one question that came in from Luis from Los Angeles. Does Stoicism separate ambition from uncontrolled desire?
Does that question mean could there be a healthy form or a moderate form of ambition? So the terminology the Stoics use is probably slightly different. But the Stoics would certainly acknowledge that you could have ambition without being rigidly, pathologically attached to it. That would be what they call preferred indifference. So they think it's possible to. They think they don't think that material success or social success or reputation are bad things. They think they're potentially advantageous. They just don't think that they're all important or that we should invest our self-esteem in them. So if we can pursue those things with a certain degree of non-attachment and a kind of somewhat egoless way, then that's potentially natural and healthy. But in the process of the trick to doing that, paradoxically, would be to pursue ambition while accepting the possibility of failure with relative indifference. Like to prefer success, but be able to endure failure.
Wonderful. Is there we had quite a thorough conversation. Is there anything else on your mind or heart that you want to share before we close out?
Gosh, let me think. Well, the book I'm writing at the moment is about anger. So that's my big hobby. I used to be really into anxiety and now I'm more into anger for some reason.
Here too. Emotions du jour.
Yeah. I got more into anger as time went on. I think in some ways the anger might be the royal road or our royal road to self-improvement or overcoming anger is. Because if we can really deal with anger, it potentially transforms our relationship with other people. It forces us to think more deeply about, we talked about love earlier, what's the opposite of anger? What does it mean to wish people well and want them to flourish? And anger is one of the most overlooked of the emotions. There's relatively little research on it compared to depression and anxiety. People with anger are therapy dodgers. They usually don't seek out therapy unless a spouse or somebody else refers them, tells them that they should go. So one of the things I'd leave people with, we talked earlier about kind of blind spots. Anger is like the biggest blind spot for self-help and self-improvement. It's the thing that people tend to ignore. It's a problem that nobody's watching. So if you're looking for your blind spots, resentment, anger, those kind of feelings are the ones that are kind of trickiest. What I'd leave with people is there's maybe more to be gained, therefore, by looking deep within and targeting that particular problem.
Can't wait to read it when it comes out. And this has been one of the most thorough and fun conversations that I've had in a while. I just want to say thank you so much. And we'll leave links down in the description where people can stay connected with you and your work and your Substack and your writings, all of that.
Awesome. It's been a pleasure. Again, I've really enjoyed the way that the direction in which you took the conversation. Like I feel like we've kind of been on a bit of a journey.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my favorite journey to be on. Thank you for going on it with me. And thank you all for coming on this journey as well. Massive gratitude to you.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Until next time, be well.